Yes, sir. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium, Grand Prairie, Texas. Another matchup in the Central Division, this one between the Lone Star Athletics and the Dallas Xforia Giants. Lone Star Athletics, the visiting team, called correctly, and they have elected to bowl under really brilliant conditions. You bowl first under these conditions, number one, because you want to put a total on the board, but probably number two also is at play because you expect to have some dew later on, and dew around always works in favor of the batting side. So you want to be batting second, and they'll be batting here first, the Xforia Giants, with Smith Patel, Arjun Mahesh, Shayan Jahangir, and Akash Gomel. That is as good a top four as any in the league. Then Parvez Ahuja, Harmeet Singh are the big hitters at the bottom of the middle order. Then Rohan Raje, Sankirth Batula, Esan Adil, Yaqub Aduri, and Kamal Pasi are your bowlers. And it's a good combination of pace bowling and spin, particularly left arm orthodox spin, particularly with Harmeet Singh. And matching up against them will be Chaitanya Bishnoi, Kashyap Padrapati, Nitish Kumar, the former Canadian international turned U.S. player, Sushant Madani, Cameron Sheikh, Shreyan Satish, the youngster out of Houston, Rit Hinge, also a youngster out of Houston. Sidesh Patar would love for me to call him a youngster, but he's also from Houston. Imran Khan Jr., Jay Desai, and Aaron Nadkarni, yet another young Houstonian. Aaron Nadkarni, one of the leading bowlers in the league this year. Saw him win a couple of Player of the Match awards last weekend. Aaron Nadkarni, of course, the son of the great Sushil Nadkarni, the former USA captain. So we'll be starting here shortly as soon as everyone gets themselves into the right positions. You see a lot of room around. In looking at the stadium, saw the team that batted first this morning in the first match, or this afternoon, I should say. The Kings 11, Dallas, putting up 200 plus runs. It's that kind of wicket. The conditions are such that if you apply yourself, you can score quickly, and the opportunity is there to generate a really fast start. So we might want to take a second and look at the updated or newly updated standings, given the fact that you have now the Kings 11 Dallas, who is at the top of the table. Kings 11 Dallas, 2 wins and 1 loss, 2 no results, but 6 points. Metroplex Tracers, as I said earlier, having lost that game today, they have now come back down, sharing the top spot with Kings 11 Dallas. Chicago Kingsmen are 2 up and 1 down, as are the Lone Star Athletics. Xforia Giants and Michigan Cricket Stars, both 1 win and 1 loss. And then at the bottom of the table, you have the St. Louis Americans and the Chicago Tigers, 1 and 2 and 1 and 3 respectively. So it's still a very tightly packed division. You have 6 points each for the top 3 teams. That's the Kings 11 Dallas, Metroplex Tracers, and the Kingsmen out of Chicago. And then even the lowest ranked team only has 4 points, but you're early in the season, so there's more than enough time to turn that around. I want to see exactly how these players go when they get started. And it's going to be interesting because under the circumstances where you have a bit of a truncated season, that truncated season puts you in a tricky position and you're going to have some time. So official start time would have been 7:15 local time, but it looks like they're still warming up. So we will take a little bit of a break ourselves. Number one, so I can get something to drink, and 2, preserve my breath and my voice for when the action actually starts. So when the umpires start walking out, we will rejoin you. In the meantime, get prepared for the Lone Star Athletics and the Dallas Xforia Giants. Be right back. Okay, so it looks like everybody's in place. Openers for the Dallas Xforia Giants are making their way to the middle. Jahangir in front. Behind him is Smith Patel. And as I said earlier, you'll have a hard time finding a stronger top four in the league than the top four for the Xforia Giants. Smith Patel and Jahangir, both national level players, both represented the U.S. very recently. Both will be facing the in-swing of Imran Khan Jr. Imran Khan Jr., left arm swing bowler. He's maybe 38, 39 years old these days, so not quite as quick as he used to be, but swings the ball prodigiously into the right-handers. And so you'll see that there is one slip fielder just out of reach, out of your screen, to the left of your screen. Nitish Kumar is at first slip. I don't know that very many deliveries will be going to first slip because Imran Khan swings it into the right-handed batters. First strike is going to be from Smith Patel. First ball on the way. Tapped into the offside. Athletic piece of fielding there. And you're underway for a single to start things here in this high-stakes match between the Lone Star Athletics and the Dallas Xforia Giants. Once again, your openers are going to be Smith Patel and Jahangir. And I think that you will find that the efforts to essentially limit the damage early will depend very much on how you handle the swinging ball coming into the right-handed batters. Smith Patel, I said a single earlier, my apologies. They did not take a single, so essentially it's going to be a couple of dot balls to start this innings. And you see the left arm swing again of Imran Khan Jr. If you do not, and there's Nitish Kumar I mentioned earlier. He's standing at first slip, top left of your screen now. Interestingly, because if you've been watching all day, you saw us talking about Corey Anderson earlier. Corey Anderson, I mentioned, was one of several people to have played international cricket for two countries. Well, Nitish Kumar is another one in that very distinguished club. Started his playing career playing for Canada, and then several years ago moved down south and has resided in the U.S. now for, if I remember correctly, about 6 or 7 years, and has started representing the U.S. at international level. So brilliant cricketer all around. You see him anywhere on the field. He is excellent. And then a top order batter. Good delivery, clipped to deep square leg. That's second run underway here as you get into the action. I think you're going to see a pretty interesting game. And the reason why that is that both of these teams are, let's call them middle of the pack. But they both can explode at any point in time. And particularly for the Dallas Xforia Giants, they are tremendous in terms of their talent. And something to look for. The next time Smith Patel is on strike, and hopefully our camera crew can catch this, he is batting probably a foot outside of his crease. And the reason why he would do that is to cut down on the swing. In other words, the closer you get to the bowler, the less distance the ball has to travel, and therefore the less it will swing. And so if you look here, Jahangir is basically standing on the crease. Smith Patel choosing to stand outside of the crease. Clipped in the air, just landing short of Aaron Nadkarni at short mid-wicket. Almost got a wicket there with the last ball of the first over. End of over 1, 3 without loss. Aaron Nadkarni taking the new ball from the river end, southern end of the ground here in Grand Prairie. Bowling now to Smith Patel. Smith Patel will likely bat within his crease or maybe straddling the crease because Aaron Nadkarni does not rely on swing. He is raw pace. Oh, looking to cut that one. Very easily could have dragged that back onto his stumps, but he gets away with that. So a dot ball to start over number 2. Saw earlier that the wicket looked really like a fresh batting wicket. You saw 205 runs scored. You see the man in the middle of your screen, and Nitish Kumar will be one of the key elements in determining whether or not the Lone Star Athletics can chase down whatever total the Xforia Giants set. So until you get into the meat of this match, it will be interesting to see how Aaron Nadkarni is able to maneuver and generate the type of effort that he got last weekend when he got a couple of the player of the match performances. Starts here with a couple of dots. And under the circumstances, looking where you are now, Kings 11 Dallas and Metroplex Tracers played the first game earlier today. We're now seeing the Dallas Xforia Giants taking on the Lone Star Athletics. Your openers are Smith Patel and Jahangir. Currently at the wicket, Aaron Nadkarni, 2 delivers into his day with the ball, has not yet conceded a run. So that's the summary of where you are. Slashed away. There's a fielder in the deep though. Oh my goodness. Criminal. When that happens, oh, it's a no ball as well. Oh, when that happens, it absolutely demoralizes the side. So first you have the no ball. I believe it is an overstep by Aaron Nadkarni. And what should have been a single down to deep third gets right through the fielder in that position and goes away for 4. So a whole lot happening here. And let's see what you're able to do with the free hit. Has license to swing here, Smith Patel. Bang into the deep, and that goes for 6. Oh. Just double checking with the fielders, but yes, it did go for 6. Umpire Vishnu Pillai is confirming that that's exactly what happened. Oh, that is tragic. So you cannot have that happen. A couple of dots, a relatively innocuous start to the over, but then a 4 down the ground, and what really should have been a regulation stop for a single went all the way for 4. Then the free hit subsequent because of the overstep by Aaron Nadkarni that went for 6. So all of a sudden you've had a flurry of runs. It's a better delivery. But you don't want to have that happen. You want to put yourself in a position where you are restrictive as possible, particularly during the power play overs. And then you put yourself in a position, look at this 4 again, and play the way through the offside. And right here, that is really a delivery or a fielding opportunity that you would think that most fielders would be able to control. So that essentially is a bit of a body blow. Oh, went for the big drive and missed. So dot ball closes things out in over number 2. Bit of an expensive one, but it is 13 without loss. And in fact, the scorecard is not accurate because there was a no ball. The scorecard does not show the no ball. And so you're off by 1 run. And so we'll hopefully get that fixed as soon as possible. There you see on that delivery again. Look where this ball goes. Inside edge. It passes the inside edge. Great movement off the seam. Here is, I believe, the last ball. Slashed away over the top. That's going to go for 4. Smith Patel cashes in. And just a little bit of width offered by Aaron Nadkarni, and Smith Patel makes him pay for it. So you're off to a fast start here. Forgive for the moment us when the scoreboard is catching up to the action, and you'll get that caught up as soon as possible. But in the meantime, Aaron Nadkarni bowling a ball that's just a little bit too wide, and Smith Patel cashes in. That's the last of over number 2. A pretty expensive one in the end. 15 runs coming from it. The score 18 without loss. Imran Khan in for his second over. So pay attention when Smith Patel goes back on strike from this end. It's going to be interesting because he bats when he's facing Imran Khan well out of his crease. I would estimate that he's probably a good 8 inches to a foot outside of his crease. Imran Khan Jr. not as quick as he used to be. In the old days, if somebody was trying to bat that far out of the crease, he'd probably get a short ball. A couple of dots to start here, number 3, or over number 3. So your batters, Jahangir only faced 4 deliveries so far, scored a single run. And Smith Patel, 11 balls faced, 16 runs against his name. So initial partnership here, now worth 4, make that 18. Looks to paddle this around the corner, not able to get anything on it. And he really is going to be upset about that, Shine Jahangir. Fine leg is inside the circle. Square leg is very square. That's easy 4 runs for the taking every single time. And he's going to be very upset that he missed out on that scoring opportunity. In the meantime, you're halfway through the innings. I'll make that through the over. And so a relatively expensive first over by Aaron Nadkarni, but a good comeback so far here by Imran Khan. Interesting, now he's moved the long on back to the boundary. So that suggests that he'll be bowling a fuller length. Yorker is exactly what you have here. Bang on target, 4 straight dots. And I don't know if we'll get the opportunity for us to show what I was trying to show you, how far out of his crease Smith Patel bats when he's facing up to the left arm swing of Imran Khan. But you've seen in the matches so far this weekend, the new ball will swing probably for about 4 or 5 overs before it stops moving around as much. So you'd think that there's a limited amount of time that Imran Khan Jr. can do this. 5 dots on the trot. We really will get through this over without us seeing what I was trying to show everybody. In the meantime, the last ball coming up here in what is about to be a maiden over, if you can believe this. Or did I just jinx it? We'll see what happens at this We'll see what happens on this ball. If this ball goes out of the park for 6, I'm going to retire from commentary. Last ball. Umpire Karthik Nachamuti is not happy with something. Let's see what his decision is, or let's see what his issue is. Can't exactly see what it was, but Umpire Karthik Nachamuti, who can recite not just every rule in cricket, but tell you chapter, verse, what page it's on. Very knowledgeable umpire, very experienced umpire. Last ball. A maiden, if you can believe it. For the 3rd over in a T20, there is no run scored. You don't see that very often. And Imran Khan moving very gingerly. I don't like that, because that looks like he's injured. I don't know whether or not he'll stick around to bowl a 3rd over. And in fact, in looking at him now, that to me suggests that he's having issues, maybe planting. And that's not a good sign if you want to see what the chances of your fast bowler coming back onto bowl is next over. So we'll pay attention to that, see what develops the rest of the way. Score is 18 without loss. Going back to Aaron Nadkarni to start over number 4. Played into the leg side. He'll get a single to start over number 4. So that's the first run in 7 deliveries. Opening partnership now worth 19, just slowly building, going exactly at the runner ball. Projected score, of course, being that the scoring rate is exactly 6. The projected score is 120. A T20 match consists of 20 overs or 120 balls. But you want to get, especially under these circumstances, to get to a scoring rate somewhere around 7.5, 8 at minimum, you would think, because these are brilliant batting conditions. Played off the back foot here by Smith Patel. So the string of, by Shine Jahangir. So you don't often see Shine Jahangir. Oh my goodness, I missed that, a no ball. So Aaron Nadkarni is having a bit of trouble finding the right length and line, and then he's being spoken to now by a couple of senior players. Siddhesh Bhattacharya there, just reminding him of his disciplines, wanting to make sure that he's able to get the ball in the right areas, but also to not overstep the crease, because you cannot afford to keep giving up free hits. Here is the free hit. Found the ground in the gap. A lot of work to do for the sweeper. He will not be able to get there. So the 2 free hits have cost him a 6 and a 4. Aaron Nadkarni will know that the foot needs to stay behind that front line. And here we see Shine Jahangir just cashing in. Not the cleanest strike, but with acres of space out there, even toward the big side of the ground. That is always going to be 4. Square leg was exactly that, square. That ball went almost toward cow corner, so he would have had to made up about 30 or so yards to get across to that. Not able to cut that off. So 24 runs on the board. Slower delivery, lofted in the air towards square leg. Should just be 1. They come back for the second. Strong throw. Tell you what, that was commitment to running. The throw was maybe a little off line, and they end up making it pretty easily after all of that. So you want to make sure that you do what you can to accelerate the scoring rate. Talked about the fact that 6 runs and over isn't going to be enough. Well, I only said that about 4 balls ago. Right now, the scoring rate is up to 7.43. So given that the scoring rate is that high, the projected score is now 149. That's where you want to think that a minimum score could end up. Ooh, 1 bounce. That is hammered directly to mid-off. No run. Kashyap Prajapati is the fielder in that position. And if you're Aaron Nadkarni, you want to see those dot balls. You want to get that confidence. It's never a good feeling as a bowler if you're struggling to find the ball in the right areas, and then certainly if you've overstepped a couple of times, that tends to sap your confidence as well. So what you have to do now is close out the over efficiently. Conceded 8 runs already in over number 4. Played square, no run. Certainly the last couple of deliveries have worked in your favor if you're Aaron Nadkarni. And so you're looking at the projected scores. I talked about that earlier. Projected score of 136 is what the current rate suggests. I don't know that that would be very challenging for the Lone Star Athletics. I would think the team batting first, given that it's likely that the conditions batting second are going to be better for the batting side. I think 160 would be the minimum of what you don't target. Oh, goes fishing. Does not play a very aggressive shot to that Shine Jahangir, which is a very un-Shine Jahangir shot. That ball closes things out over number 4. A much better one eventually from Aaron Nadkarni. End of 4, 26 without loss. Smith Patel facing Imran Khan Jr. This is what I was trying to show earlier. Going down the leg side, this is going to be wide. Watch the feet of Smith Patel as he prepares to face the left arm swing of Imran Khan. So he's batting out of his crease, which is not unusual, but Smith Patel is batting probably a good 6 inches to a foot outside of his crease. The ball is not swinging quite as much now, so he's batting a little bit closer to the crease than he did in the first over of the match, but still batting comfortably out of his crease. Both of his feet are outside the crease. Most batters would like, or you'd see them straddle the crease. The back foot is inside the crease, front foot out. Here, both of Smith Patel's feet are out of his crease. But again, just batting a little bit further inside the crease now that the ball is a little bit older, not swinging as much. Single here. They get there without much fuss. A pretty straightforward single. Cameron Sheikh, the fielder, at short, fine leg to clean up. Into over number 5 here. So you're looking to get through the power play. No wickets lost yet. Ideally, you'd want to get somewhere around 40 to 50 runs during the power play and then look to launch from there. That would be the thinking. Jahangir now up to 15 balls faced for his 7 runs scored. And poor Jahangir, who is generally a very aggressive player, almost as though he's batting with a different mindset, and I don't mean that in a negative way. He's taking responsibility to be able to bat deep. He's a top order batter, genuine ball striker, but ordinarily you'd see him fall into the trap of absorbing a couple of dot balls and then wanting to hit his way out of trouble. He seems for the moment to have essentially abandoned that more reckless approach in favor of something more responsible. Down the leg side, that's going to be 5 wides, I believe. Yep, goes all the way for 5 wides. Bonus runs that time for the Dallas Xforia Giants. Imran Khan Jr. is an in-swing bowler, so he's swinging it into the right-handed batters. But if you're starting that ball from outside the line of off stump, it's a good delivery. Starting it on that line, in fact, it would have started on leg stump and then swung down further. So that certainly is not going to trouble any batter whatsoever. And it's going to be expensive. Giving away 5 free runs here. Just Karthik Nachimuth having a chat with the non-striker Smith Patel. Not sure what that's about. So wicket keeper on the day for the Lone Star Athletics is Jay Desai. And I think you've seen evidence that the wicket keeping in this tournament is of a relatively high standard. Looking for the big drive here. Jahangir wanting to access that area over extra cover. So that's Nitish Kumar, who's standing at mid-off. Wanted to elevate the ball over his head, but unfortunately for Jahangir missed out on the shot. And that was the first real evidence of maybe a touch of frustration seeping into the mindset of Jahangir. Slammed over the top. That's going to go for 4. 2 wide, 2 short, and that is meat and drinks to any good batter, especially Jahangir. Cashes in on the last ball, and that is 4 runs to point. End of the over. Scores 37 without loss. There you see on that replay, the ball just a little too wide and too short, and that's not going to trouble any batter whatsoever. So a good close to the over for the Dallas Xforia Giants. Scores 37 without loss. So new bowler into the attack. Shreyan Satish, the young man out of Houston. Older brother of Aryan Satish. Shreyan Satish in recent years has made his mark as a bowler. Came up through the system as a top order batter, and he's definitely that. But really in the last several years, last 2 years, let's say, has shown that he's actually a very good medium pacer. So much so that he's here bowling inside the power play, second to last over of the power play. In fact, this is the last over of the power play. He'll be looking to take the ball away from the right-handers. Cut away. That's a good stop at backward point. That saves 3 runs undoubtedly. That ball was traveling. It was off the middle of the bat from Smith Patel, and it was certainly saved at backward point. Brilliant diving stop. A little difficult to see who that is at backward point. I believe that might be Nitish Kumar, but it's a great stop. Actually, that is maybe Sushant Madani. Not quite sure, but whoever it is, it's a brilliant stop at backward point. Always good to save runs for your side. So Shreyan Satish now, in fact, is bowling the last over of the power play. And with the last 5 balls coming up here in over number 6, our production team will put together a really nice highlight package of the first 6 overs. See what happens here. 5 balls remaining. Oh, goes for the big drive, a big wind up. Jahangir. Oh, another wide though. So it's been a lot more wide than he would have expected to be here. Shreyan Satish starting out with a wide, and then this next delivery. Oh, that was very close to that blue line, but I think the right decision made by umpire Vishnu Pillai, just curling away and just passing to the right of the batter outside of the line. Squirted away for 4. So that was wide and full and absolutely cashed in on. To me, that width is what was the undoing that time for Shreyan Satish, wanting that ball to be much closer to the stumps. All Jahangir had to do was just angle the bat and access that wide gap. Huge gap between backward point and the sweeper on the boundary, who's much more square. So once you get the ball past that backward point fielder, always 4 runs for the taking. Height, but how much distance? A long run back, fielder's not going to be able to get to it. Get a couple of runs. That's Kashya Padrapati running back from mid-off, and he actually does well. Shreyan Jahangir got that in the middle of the bat, but it went much, much higher than he was expecting. I think he played it a little too early, so he got all the height in the world, but not enough distance. A couple of runs, though. So you're off to a relatively fast start here. And this one goes where he wants it to. He has height and distance on this one over the top of extra cover, the cleanest of strikes. And that is the first, let's make that the second 6 of the innings. Brilliant ball striking here by Shreyan Jahangir. And you've seen how that ball travels off of the bat. You middle it, and it goes the distance. 69 yards is a straight boundary, but this one lands about 10 rows back into the seats. Back on the back foot, and then launching this through that extra cover area. Huge 6 by Shreyan Jahangir. Holds the pose, goes down the ground a second time. That is going to be, I believe, 6 more. Let's see. There's a signal. Consecutive 6s. And Shreyan Satish is being treated very rudely here by his fellow Houstonian, Shreyan Jahangir. Slower delivery, and he just waited on it and blasted it down the ground. My goodness, this is going to be a really expensive over. And let's see what happens on this last ball. It's already cost him 21 runs, Shreyan Satish. And here is the last ball. Much better delivery. Played to mid-on. He'll scramble through for a single, and he'll keep the strike. First over for Shreyan Satish is an expensive one. 22 runs coming from it. 59 without loss. So 22 runs on the board. Make that 22 runs on the board from that over. 59 runs on the board total. And Shreyan Satish's first over doesn't exactly go the way that he would have wanted. So you give the ball to the youngster. You don't get the success that you're looking for. And a brief break while we look at the highlights. Smith Patel, that was the free hit. See him going over the top of cover that time. This time it was Shine Jahangir. Glanced away down the leg side, and Shreyan Satish in this over gets taken apart. A couple of big strikes from Shine Jahangir, and you've now gotten to the position where you need a bowler to put his hand up to pull things back. And what you've done now with the partnership, opening partnership at 59, you've gone to the old veteran, if you will, Sidesh Patare. Sidesh Patare, a longtime member of the Lone Star Athletics. You could almost call him a founding member of the Athletics. And he'll be bowling now to Shine Jahangir. Little medium pace. Doesn't really swing it very much. That's driven through the covers for a single. Doesn't swing it, and he's not bowling spin, but he's just there or thereabouts to entice the batters into rash shots. Doesn't bowl with any amount of pace. In fact, you can see that the keeper Jay Desai is keeping up to the stumps, but he does have the ability to just nibble the ball around off the seam. It can be kind of difficult to score against. And as I said that, he delivers a wide. That is wide number 9 for the day. 2 no balls and a wide are the extras that you've gotten. So 2 no balls and 9 wides are the extras that you've had so far. 61 runs on the board. Off to a relatively fast start. The scoring rate has certainly picked up in the last couple of overs. Look at this. Looking to paddle it around the corner. And missing out on the attempted sweep shot. But can't get much purchase on those types of deliveries. So looking where you are now. You're looking to maintain a rate that is right now at 9.63 after that delivery. 9.63 courtesy of a big 22-run over in the 6th over of the innings. Yet another wide. These are not going to be to your advantage. You're going to have to find a way to eliminate these. Because if not, things will certainly start getting out of control. Now, the run rate 9.79, as I started saying, courtesy of a big over conceded by Shreyan Satish. Cut away. There's a man down there. They'll get just one. Good piece of fielding down there by the aforementioned Shreyan Satish. But as of right now, you have the opportunity to keep going. Sidesh Patare is going to want to pull things back off the back foot in that direction. Again, Shreyan Satish is the man out there. And once again, pulling things back. So even though you've had a couple of wides in this over, you've certainly gotten a much quieter over here in over number 7 than you did over number 6. Over 6 went for 22. And with over 6 going for 22, over number 7 only conceding 5 so far. Appeal that's going to be, I think, too high, and umpire Nachimutu thinking that's exactly the case. And you just saw that signal that he just implied that that was bouncing a little bit too much. Let's look at the replay. Yeah, that's very high. Maybe also dancing down the leg side. So I think a good decision here. Last ball. Plays it back past the bowler down to long off for single. But no question that this is a much better over for the Lone Star Athletics. 6 runs coming from it. End of 7, 65 without loss. Starting off over number 8 with a new bowler. It's going to be the left arm orthodox spin of Chaitanya Bishnoi. Chaitanya Bishnoi, the 4th leading bowler in the side in 5 matches, 2 wickets for 61 runs. Best bowling of 1 for 10. Bowling the left arm orthodox to 2 right-handed batters is never a bad idea. Certainly outside of the power play, that's one of your options. Conceding a couple of singles here to start his day with the ball. Chaitanya Bishnoi, you'll also see him bat later on, a top order batter. So genuinely good cricketer all around. Operating around the wicket to Smith Patel. Smith Patel now 22 from 21. Shine Jahangir 33 from 26. So your overall opening partnership as of yet unbroken is at 67. Looking to run the first one hard here, coming back easily for the second run. So we've got to the point now where just a couple of deliveries, make that 4 deliveries into over number 8, you are at the point where the spinners in particular are going to have to put their hands up. Somebody needs to pull the scoring rate back. Saw Siddhesh Patari bowl a very good over just now, and then this over so far by Chaitanya Bishnoi is a good one. And that's continuing here, as that dot ball means that he's only conceded 4 runs in this over with 1 ball remaining. And then the last ball coming up here in over number 8. You pull things back just a little bit. You're the Lone Star Athletics. Using the feet, chipping down the track. Do they come back for a second? Easily coming back for that second run. 6 runs from the over. You'll accept that though from your spinner. And certainly pulling things back the last couple of overs. End of 8, 71 without loss. Siddhesh Patari back into the attack. Over number 7, bowled by Siddhesh Patari, went for 6 runs. over number 8 goes for 6. So that pulls things back from a very expensive over number 6. 22 was scored in that over, but only 6 runs in each of the next 2 overs. So the Lone Star Athletics trying to pull themselves back, and that's not going to help. Lofted away over the top of backward square leg for 6. The 4th 6 of the innings. Smith Patel gets one to his liking. I've said it a lot in the first game. I don't think I've said it so far in this game, but we're looking at the short end of the field here because the western end of the field is 62 yards. The boundary in that direction is 62 yards. The boundary toward the eastern side of the field, the opposite side of the field, is 82 yards. So you want to incentivize the batters to hit, especially the 2 right-handed batters, toward the offside. If you give it to them in such a way that they can access the leg side, where they can play the sweep shot or the pull shot, that becomes a much more dangerous delivery. Dangerous in the sense that most of these batters can clear a 62, 63 yard boundary with ease. And these 2 in particular, Smith Patel and Cheyenne Jahangir, will not have much difficulty doing exactly that. So you see the ball is lost here. Fans, players, support staff all walking around trying to find the ball there. Imran Khan is the one who locates it. So a bit of a delay, but we've gotten ourselves back in a good position here. So a couple of good overs, but this one, looking at it again, just picking it up from outside the line of off stump. If we see that replay again going straight down the ground, then you will see that it's going down the pitch rather, you will see that the line was on off stump and the angle is relatively wide of the crease. So the angle that's created with the ball ending up on off stump from wide of the crease is an angle that can easily be put away on the leg side. Here, this gives an idea right here. So swinging in, ending up on off stump, but that line is certainly one that you're going to want outside the line of off stump, because anything that is too straight gets punished. So that's a single down the ground. It's a much better option, and you certainly want to be able to have that. But in the meantime, runs continue to flow. Maybe they're slowed down a little bit in the last couple of overs, but this over has been an expensive one. And that's crashed away square of the wicket. Just a single. Cheyenne Jahangir and Smith Patel now putting together a partnership that is worth 80. So big opening partnership. I think one of the hallmarks of this weekend so far that we've seen is the opening partnerships have all been dominant. Sudesh Patari again. There should be 2 runs if they sprint. No, in fact, they've given up almost immediately, settling for that 1 run. 10 runs from the over already. 4 decent deliveries, but 1 that was too straight. Smith Patel helped himself to 6 runs. But unbalanced, the overall run rate is going in the direction that you want it to if you're the Xforia Giants. Things hovering around 9.17, but 10 wickets in hand. Remember that. Oh, launched down the ground. That is a gigantic strike for 6. Cheyenne Jahangir going down the ground. He's now up into the 40s. 41 from 29. Look at that strike. Clean as a whistle toward the, well, when there's matches, paid matches in here, that is a restaurant. As of right now, it's just a storage area. It doesn't matter what it was. The ball went in that direction. Huge strike to close out over number 9, an expensive one. 16 runs coming from it. 87 without loss. Chaitanya Bishnoi back into the attack. to over number 10 now. So you're wanting to find ways of getting into, if not the lower middle order, certainly want to break this opening partnership. Opening partnership that is, as of right now, worth 88 runs. Smith Patel, 35 from 28. He's at the non-striker's end. Jahangir, who started very slowly but in mature fashion, as I talked about, now 41 from 29. And just a single down the ground here. So a couple of singles. You certainly want to see him continuing to do that. But he has shown an ability to hit the long ball if it is there to be hit. Oh, the cleanest of stumpings. Smith Patel goes dancing down the track, misses the attempted big hit, playing against the turn, the ball turning away from him, and a pretty clean stumping effected by J. Desai. Look at this. Turning or slanted in, pitches, turns, sharp turn by Chetene Bishnoi. Maybe a rush of adrenaline that time from Smith Patel, and he is dismissed, wanting to go down the ground. I don't know that it wouldn't have been a better option. First of all, stay in your crease, because there's no real reason to dance down the track. You're scoring at a decent rate. But then secondly, if you go down the track to a ball that's turning from a left-arm orthodox bowler, you should be playing that toward the mid-off area, in that direction. He's looking to play on the onside. Here, this shows you definitely looking toward mid-wicket, really, is where he was looking to play that. So two things wrong with that. Chip down the track. If you make that decision to come down the track, you have to get all the way to the pitch of the ball. And then not having gotten all the way to the pitch of the ball, still playing across the line. So for me, there's a couple of different reasons why that dismissal was affected. And you almost want to think that it's kind of hard to be critical of a team that has an opening partnership of 89. But that one feels like it could have gone on for a lot longer with this opening pair. But that's the dismissal from or for or of Smith Patel. He is one of the leading batters in the side, but his day with the bat is done. Came in, Smith Patel, as the leading batter himself in the side. In 4 matches, he'd scored 175 runs, high score of 89, a strike rate of 143. But that dismissal just opens things up. The new batter now is going to be a Karshit Gomel. Karshit Gomel facing up to Chetene Bishnoi. 3 deliveries into over number 10. I don't know necessarily that he's going to go hell for leather up front. You anticipate that he'll at least look through a couple. Oh, that's a misfield. And he immediately gets off the mark courtesy of that misfield. Well, you put yourself in a pretty tricky position here. You'd want to think that you would have been able to take advantage of the great start. But I think it's fair to say that it was given away courtesy of that affected stumping by the Lone Star Athletics. Looking to see if they can climb back into this game now. Chetene Bishnoi continuing. 2 balls remaining in over number 10. No single there, no single taken. So one of the best or easiest ways of slowing down the scoring rate is by taking wickets. 1 ball remaining in this, a very successful over from Chetene Bishnoi. Just 3 runs coming from it so far and a wicket. And how big would it be if you could get Jahangir? Play down the ground here. 4 runs from over number 10 halfway through the innings. The score is 91 for 1. So it will be Kashyap Prajapati. Change in bowling now, bowling from the theta end, the northern end of the ground. Kashyap Prajapati, leg spinner, struck over the top of extra cover. And look at that diving stop by the sweeper out there on the boundary. That is the long boundary. And he saves 2 runs. Good effort in the deep. But Jahangir continues along his merry way into the 40s, 45 from 33. The scoreboard keeps ticking. You don't mind a little bit of leg spin. Leg spinners obviously turning the ball away from the right-handed hitters. You have 2 righties at the crease, so that certainly works in your favor. It's also, I think, the reason why Chaitanya Bishnoi has found success. 3 deliveries into over number 11. You've gotten a little bit of purchase. You saw a little bit of turn when it was released here from Kashyap Prajapati. And in particular, you saw turn from the hand of Chaitanya Bishnoi when he got that delivery to leave Smith Patel, and a clean stumping by Jay Desai. In the meantime, just wanting to take his guard here, Karshik Gamel. He's only faced 1 ball so far. He was gifted a single, played the ball directly to the fielder on the infield, and he fumbled it to be able to concede that single. Kashyap Prajapati looking to turn the ball. Oh, struck by Akarshik Gamel in that same direction, coming back for that second run. When I say that same direction, I mean the same direction that that Shayan Jahangir scored to start this over. So we're down to the last 2 balls here in over number 11. Akarshik Gamel just getting started, 3 from 2. Shayan Jahangir, 46 from 35. Ooh, a little cheeky. That is absolutely cheeky. That's going to run away for 4. Akarshik Gamel noting that there's nobody in the deep behind, square on the offside, and just opening the face of the bat, running that one off the edge, behind point, to get one of the easier 4s that he'll get. See that? Absolutely brilliant. A lot of turn in that delivery, has to be said. But Akarshik Gamel, who's a brilliant batter, just opening the face, taking advantage of the scoring opportunity. So, last ball coming up here, 9 from the over already. Ooh, plays this off the back foot. Does he have 4 more here? A lot of work in the deep, and the ball wins the chase. So consecutive 4s to close out over number 11. 13 runs come from Kashyap Prajapati's first over. It's an expensive one, and that brings up the 100. 104 for 1. In fact, the 100 came up the previous delivery. 104 for 1 is your score after 11. Chaitanya Bishnoi has bowled 2 overs, 2 excellent overs. His first over went for 6 runs. Second over went for 4, and he took a wicket. Now he is again bowling to Shayan Jahangir, who's on 46 from 35. So you have a lot of power at the top of this batting lineup for the Dallas Xforia Giants. Even with the loss of Smith Patel, have Shayan Jahangir. He's at the crease, 47 from 37. Karshik Gamel in past years has been the best batter by a mile on the Xforia Giants side. And then you saw yesterday when Firsud Inside came in and threw his bat around that he has the ability there as well. Not to mention the youngster Arjun Mahesh. You saw him in the field yesterday. Wasn't really needed to do much with the bat, but certainly somebody who can help himself in that realm as well. Arjun Mahesh playing in the field today. Usually bats in the top four. Probably back in the next, at the fall of the next wicket. It's going to be a single. 2 balls remaining here in over number 12. And that old maxim that says if you double the score after 12 overs, that's what you'll get in terms of a projected score. That to me feels ambitious here. I don't see 200 runs coming from this team, but what is accurate is that they have set a really good platform, and from this direction and from this position rather, I expect for them to push on maybe something north of 180. It certainly is the platform that they've set for themselves. And this pair is batting with responsibility, starting to rebuild a new partnership here, just worth 20. End of 12, 5 runs coming from it, 108 for 1. Make that 109 for 1. Okay, so a couple of one major curious change. Missed it when it happened, but it appears as though Karshik Gomel has been retired. Not sure of the reason. I'll get clarification on that as soon as we can, but there's a new batter in, and the scorecard isn't quite matching what is going on in the field just yet, but let's see if we can understand exactly what happened. In the meantime, Harmeet Singh is the new batter. Harmeet Singh joining with Shayan Jahangir, who now, by the way, is at 50. So 50 to Shayan Jahangir. That single that you just saw from him brought him to that landmark. Kashyap Pajapati had an expensive first over. 13 runs is what it cost him. Looking to see if he can do better here, but he's bowling to Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh is a big hitter, and more to the point as it relates to Kashyap Pajapati, Harmeet Singh is a left-hander. So the leg spin of Kashyap Pajapati will be turning into Harmeet Singh as opposed to away from him, which is what happens when he bowls to the right-handers. And Harmeet Singh does not need an invitation to play a big shot. And we'll see whether or not he can get that turned on sometime soon. Generally, Harmeet Singh is much more dangerous when he's coming in down the order and just needing to throw his bat and get quick runs. He can do that with the best of them. But he does have the ability to bat long. And even though he typically takes a little bit of time, or does not need to take a little bit of time to get started, in this scenario, I don't know that you expect him to hit big first up. In this innings so far, just a couple of singles for him. Harmeet Singh, Shayan Jahangir 51 from 41. So brilliant opening partnership was broken, but Harmeet Singh and Smith Patel are now looking to push on. Back to Shayan Jahangir. I said Smith Patel, my apologies. I meant Shayan Jahangir. Running away down the hill. Will this go all the way to the rope? It does go all the way to the rope. It beats the effort of Sidesh Patari, who's trying to get to that one, but was not able to pull it back. Runs away down the hill. This is expert batting by Jahangir, just opening the face and guiding it behind square. Nobody in the deep on the offside behind square. And so that's always a positive scoring opportunity for you. So, last ball coming up here, over number 13. Need to get clarification on the retirement of Akarshik Gomel. Oh, that's going to be wide. It's going to be 5 wides too. That's unfortunate. And maybe that movement by Shine Jahangir across his stumps threw Kashya Padrapati off, because he fired that one down the leg side. And you get 5 bonus runs with 1 ball still to come. Jay Desai, the wicket-keeping coach, will tell you to get more in line with the ball there. Just kind of snatched at it with his gloves. Was not able to prevent it from getting through. Last ball. Oh, that is 6. What a clean strike. Had another one that went in that same direction earlier. 19 runs come from over number 13. Shine Jahangir is on fire. 6-1 he has now. Look at this strike, straight down the ground. And even though he's hitting slightly against the turn because it's the leg spinner turning it across him, but that is a full enough delivery that it didn't make a big difference. So that is down the ground. That is number 6 in the innings. Up those 6 runs, or 6 sixes, 4 have been struck by Shine Jahangir. 128 for 1 after 13. Nitish Kumar it is. Oh my goodness. That to me, had we had a third umpire, would have wanted to have taken a look at this. It is going to go as 2 runs, but it looks like when the fielder on the boundary saved that one, pulled it back, it appeared as though his foot was over the ropes. The replay wouldn't be able to tell the story here. We'll look at that in a second. Here, go back to live action. What happens here? A little bit of action for nothing. But if we can get that replay, look to see that piece of fielding in the deep. A very athletic piece of fielding, but it appears as though that foot was over the rope. Rit Hinge is the fielder in the deep, who I think did well enough to keep it close, but may have stepped over the rope. Looking for a second run here, will they? Oh no, Shine Jahangir slips, and that nips that in the bud. Here we go. Look at this piece of fielding on the ropes. Oh no, that's the previous one. The appeal for a catch. To me, I'm not sure what Jay Desai was appealing for. I don't know that that hit anything of note. And in fact, I'm pretty sure it did not. But anyway, so 2 runs from the first ball of the over. You could argue that it possibly could have been a 4, but doesn't mean anything in the long run, because 131 is where you are now with 3 balls remaining in over number 14. By the way, didn't announce it, the new bowler, Nitish Kumar. Talked a lot about him with the bat earlier. If you watched the World Cup, T20 World Cup 2024, right here in this very stadium, it was Pakistan against the US. Nitish Kumar is the batter who hit the last ball of the 20th over in the second innings over the top of mid-off to force a super over, the super over that the US went on and won. This is played down the ground. A couple more singles here. So you had a 2 and then a dot and then 3 singles. So good over overall here by Nitish Kumar. So Nitish Kumar is known more for his exploits at the bat, but He's actually a relatively stingy off spinner. Oh, runs here, glanced around the corner. Wait to see what umpire Vishnu Pillai signals. A couple of runs. Do they come back for a third? No. No signal. So that's off the bat. 2 more runs. 7 runs coming from the over from Nitish Kumar. 135 for 1 is your score after 14. Jahangir with a 50. He'll be proud of this. That was an expert piece of batting, and then he brought out the big hits. The more he got into his innings, 4 big hits, and that one for me was the most stunning with precision, just opening the face, running it down the track or running it down behind point. And so anchored by this innings by Jahangir, 64 from 45 with 4 fours and 4 sixes. The Lone Star Athletics are up against the Dallas Xforia Giants, 135 for 1. Harmeet Singh now facing up to Shreyan Satish back into the attack. You love seeing the confidence that his captain has in him after having conceded 22 runs in his 1 over. You would think twice about putting him back in, but captain says, look, forget about that last over that you bowled. Just go up there and give me 6 good balls. 6 balls in a good length. If they hit your good balls, fine, but just get me the ball in the right areas. So, for the most part, things have gone the way that you've wanted them to if you are the Dallas Xforia Giants. Jahangir, 64 from 45. Harmeet Singh, a run a ball 7. Slow delivery in the air toward extra cover, but landing before it gets to him. Slightly casual out there at extra cover. I thought he could have sprinted in to try to effect a catch there, but decided pretty early on that he was not going to be able to take that catch. So a couple of singles to start over number 15. Shreyan Satish will be happy with that start. Just wanting to make sure that that's where it goes. Doesn't want anything big. And I'll tell you what, it's not easy to bowl to keep Harmeet Singh and Shreyan Jahangir quiet. He's done it so far, relatively speaking. You only have a number of just 3 singles to start in this over. And under the circumstances, you certainly would accept that. So for the moment, I think you will see that there is an opportunity to accelerate here. 9 wickets in hand, maybe 8. Not sure what the story is with Akash Gomel, but there's no doubt about the story with Shreyan Jahangir. That is number 5 off of his bat. He moves into the 70s. Brilliant strike straight down the ground. And that goes for, again, his 5th 6, 71 from 47. Look where this ball ends up. Another bounce on the terrace and over the ropes, I think out of the stadium again. And unfortunately, we may have to get another substitute ball. So things are going from bad to worse here for the Xforia Giants. I'm sorry, for the Lone Star Athletics. Shreyan Satish brought back into the attack. His first over conceded 22 runs. But here, after 3 singles, which you'll accept all day of the week, but that 4th ball of the over went the distance. And looking in the distance, speaking of which, that is the great Hassan, who is sprinting after and trying to retrieve the ball. That is difficult to not only produce the media for a cricket match, but also retrieve balls at the same time. In the meantime, look at this. At the strike down the ground from Shreyan Jahangir, and look where the ball goes. Bounces a couple times and then out of the stadium. So you want to certainly make sure that you put yourself in the position to excel when the opportunity presents itself. Jahangir grabbing the bull by the horns and doing just that. So a bit of a delay while we work on the ball situation. Probably gives us time once again to just check on the standings in the Central Division. Talked about it earlier, but be reminded of the fact that under the circumstances, the Kings 11 Dallas is now the top team in the side. Came into the day with the Metroplex Tracers being the number 1 team. Kings 11 Dallas was somewhere around number 5. But with the victory, the big victory this afternoon, Kings 11 Dallas is now at the top of the table. A few highlights here. Jahangir. Oh, that ball was swinging from the hand of Imran Khan Jr. Once again, a couple of strikes down the ground. And look at this one from Jahangir. We'll see it in a second. That's the one. And then this other one, that's the dismissal of Smith Patel, went dancing down the track. But this is the one I want to see. One-handed and off through the offside. And that just elegant behind square. And going away for 6. And again, the power game. That one is what you just saw. So, 2 balls remaining here in over number 15. And Shreyan Satish, who's brought back into the attack, did very well with the first couple of deliveries, or the first 3 deliveries, but the 4th one went the distance. Here he is again. This is going to be work for long off. Should get 2 runs, easily jogging that 2nd run. Big fast bowler on the boundary, Aaron Nadkarni. But still a relatively expensive over. 11 runs coming from it. 1 ball remaining. And with Harmeet Singh and Shine Jahangir batting during essentially what is happy hour, you can expect a lot from that. Now, this is called a wide by umpire Nachimutu. Shreyan Satish looks disgusted, and I think he's protesting, saying that the batter moved across. And Shreyan Satish will know that his job is just to go bowl. You don't get to argue with the umpire. Yes, he's absolutely frustrated, and you can see that on his face, but arguments with the umpire is not one of the hallmarks of the sport. Last ball again, slower delivery. It's played into the deep. Long arm, make that mid-wicket. Single to close things out in over number 15. The last 5 coming up, 148 for 1. Don't know whether or not we'll be able to see a replay on that wide that made Shreyan Satish so upset, but if we have the opportunity to look at that, I think his suggestion was that the bowler was the batter was moving across and walking across toward the onside, toward the offside. The umpire is ordinarily assuming that the wide line moves with the batter. So that's what the argument was for Shreyan Satish. But of course, again, that's not an argument you're going to win, first of all, and then secondly, the spirit of cricket very much frowns upon that type of activity. Imran Khan Jr. looking to come back into the attack here. Saw him earlier looking a little bit labored. He's back on the field. We'll see how well he does when he does bowl. Coming down the track, the very first ball. Oh my goodness, palmed over the top of the goal posts for 6. Shreyan Jahangir dancing down the track, taking on Nitish Kumar. Down the track, look where this ends up, and oh, right there, he thought he could have been in the position to catch that, but he's not able to control it. Goes over the ropes for 6. So Shreyan Satish, I keep saying that, Shreyan Jahangir is now into the 80s. What happens here? A couple of runs, and happy hour is well and truly on for Shreyan Jahangir, who is now 82 from 51. Harmeet Singh, believe it or not, only faced 8 balls while for the time that he's been out there. But essentially, Shreyan Jahangir is attempting to hit Nitish Kumar out of the attack around the wicket, and that goes for a wide. So you understand what Nitish Kumar is trying to do. He's trying to cut the angle down, go around the wicket to not give up the opportunity for the big hits. So far, it's not necessarily working out well. So far in this over, you've already conceded a handful of runs with that single into the outfield. Already 10 runs conceded in this over with 3 balls still to come. And now ball into the left-handed Harmeet Singh, hitting on the leg side to the short side of the field. And that's exactly where he aims. And Rit Hinge on the boundary does well enough to keep it to 1. So this has danger written all over it to Harmeet Singh from this end. It helps that he's an off-spinner, Nitish Kumar, so turning the ball away from the left-hander, but Harmeet Singh certainly dangerous from this direction. That was a miss-hit into the offside. They'll get a couple more runs. Jahangir, in my mind, has his eyes on, let's say, 15 more runs and leave it at that. He's at 85 from 53. Harmeet Singh, a run ball 9, 161 on the board. And really look at, in fact, they got 2 runs that time. I apologize. So 162 on the board. That goes down the leg side, yet another wide. And with 162 on the board, hammered away into the deep, and a couple of bounces. Shrey and Satish in the deep, and they get the single run that they were looking for. A productive over. 15 runs coming from it. End of 16, last 4 coming up, 163 for 1. Jahangir, 86 from 54. Imran Khan Jr. back into the attack to bowl his last over. And that's crushed away through the offside. More runs on offer here. 4 of them. Jahangir now into the 90s. 90 from 55. Looking to see whether or not he can get 10 more runs. And look at that shot. Played away through the offside. And certainly, earlier I said I didn't think 200 plus was on the cards. Well, Jahangir is looking to make a liar out of me, because if he keeps going at this rate, and if he bats through the end of the innings, anything around 220 is certainly possible. Now, you've brought Imran Khan Jr. on here to bowl his last over for one reason and one reason only. You want to break this partnership. You have to get Harmeet Singh or Jahangir, preferably both. And it's so important enough to you that you have spent your last over of your premier strike bowler in this instance. So it remains to be seen whether or not they'll attempt to take on Imran Khan Jr., because what they might think is all the other seamers have been expensive today. Imran Khan Jr. is the only one who is relatively frugal. Maybe we'll see him off. That's going to be runs, 4 of them rather. So 4 leg buys. So as I was saying, maybe the thinking is you see off the best bowler, the best seamer for the day. He only has 3 overs remaining, or 3 balls remaining. You see him off, then you put yourself in the position where you get to tee off at the end. Harmeet Singh on strike, who is capable of teeing off, 9 from 10. That's stroked down to long off. A single. This is going to be very decisive to me. How does Jahangir treat these next 2 deliveries from Imran Khan Jr. Again, the calculus would be he is their best seamer. He only has 2 overs left in the day. Do I just see him off and make sure that I put myself in a position to capitalize later on, or maybe do I take him on? And I would think of those 2 options, one that makes more sense is the first. See off their best bowler, at least their best seam bowler, and then you can attack the others after that. Here's the penultimate ball of his spell. Played away into the offside. Nothing risky about that. And that is Shreyan Satish, who's out there. Last ball coming up here. Over number 11. Make that over number 17. 11 runs have been scored in the over so far. 174 runs on the board. How do you handle the remaining 19 balls? And if you are Jahangir, how do you handle it knowing that there on the horizon is a pretty big number? This is an appeal for leg before. It will be a leg by. There's a leg by signal by umpire Nachimutu. And so Harmeet Singh retains strike. End of over number 17. Look at this replay. Oh, that's missing everything. That is no question that's going down. First of all, it pitches outside the line of leg stump, and then it's missing the stumps altogether. So a leg by to close out over number 17. Last 3 coming up, 175 for 1. Here's a moment. Aaron Nadkarni back into the attack as you see the figures here for Imran Khan Jr. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. So an economy rate of 5.25 when the overall economy rate for the innings is 10.29. That tells you the difference between Imran Khan Jr. and the other bowlers today. So that's why I was suggesting that you just see him off and then take your chances against the other bowlers. And this is an interesting matchup. Harmeet Singh's leg side is to the short side, and that's down the ground, catchable, straightforward catch taken by Chaitanya Bishnoi. That is the end of Harmeet Singh. So not the best of deliveries bowled by Aaron Nadkarni, but it will look better in the scorebook than it did in real life. Caught off a full toss, a low full toss. Harmeet Singh didn't get the elevation on that ball that he wanted to. And there you see down the ground, Chaitanya Bishnoi never going to drop that. Pretty straightforward catch for him. Harmeet Singh dismissed 10 from 13. New batter is in. So it's interesting. Looking at the scorecard as you see a picture there of Shreyan Jahangir. Scorecard says Akarshit Gomel was retired hurt, so didn't exactly see how he was hurt, but there's the scorecard. Retired hurt 13 from 6, but did not see exactly how he was injured. But I will tell you that he is one of their top batters, so you'll want to know that he will be fine, for example, to play their game. I believe they have a game tomorrow. I can check that in a little bit. But the other batter who we're talking about here, Shreyan Jahangir, that second name on your list, 92 from 57. The batter who is on now is going to be, or is, Parvesh Ahuja. Oh, that could have been 2-2. That ball, he had no control at all over that shot. It just looped up into the air, land safely in no man's land. So, here is an interesting matchup. You have the batter, Shreyan Jahangir, make that 92 from 57, and he is now on strike. This is a Houstonian versus Houstonian matchup. Aaron Nadkarni facing Shreyan Jahangir. Worked into the leg side. Do they look for 2 here? They are going to look for 2. They'll actually walk that second run. 2 more runs to Shreyan Jahangir. Parvez Ahuja came in yesterday at the end of the match, or at the end of toward the end of the match. He was able to have some fun throwing his bat around, and you don't necessarily need to do that specifically here, but what it does mean is that you can partner with the man who is now on strike and see exactly how you can help him get to his 100. Interesting. Oh, look at this. Oh, almost a run out. Just punched it back to the bowler himself, and Aaron Nadkarni on his follow through. Look at this here. Oh, flicks it back toward the stumps. That would have been the most ridiculous of ways to get out, and he might consider himself lucky here, Jahangir, that he's still at the crease. 94 from 59. And my goodness, that would have been interesting. Now, talking about when Parvez Ahuja came in last night, 33 from 14, 1-4, and 3 sixes, and he got all those ahead of the range, so he can hit big if he needs to. Pulled away into that deep mid-wicket area for a single. So Jahangir now moving up to 95. Ahuja back on strike. And in particular, Ahuja was very rough on Nush Kenjige, the Metroplex Tracers and U.S. Orthodox, or left-arm Orthodox spinner. 3 consecutive sixes at the back end of that innings, and so he can hit big. Interestingly now, last ball of over number 18. What a great Yorker. And there'll be a mix-up. This is going to be a run-out. Oh, a better throw. Almost ran out Jahangir twice in this over. And that reaction tells you all you need to know. Look here. Little yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Now you go for it. And this throw, had it been on line, Jahangir would have been out by 2 yards. So he considers himself lucky here, Jahangir. That is the end of over 18. The score is exactly 180 for 2. Sidesh Patari bowling over number 19. Down the ground. This is catchable. And taken. Aaron Nadkarni with a simple catch, and that is the end of Parvez Ahuja. So, fortunes change yet again. I don't know necessarily that that ball was there to be hit, and that is what Sidesh Patari does best. Just keeps the ball just out of the hitting zone, makes it difficult for you to judge whether or not you can hit. And in this place, or in this instance, he hits a little too early, and a simple catch taken by Aaron Nadkarni. He's a great fielder, but you didn't need to be a great fielder to take that catch. About the simpler, one of the simpler catches that you'll get. And so Jahangir will be joined at the crease by Rohan Raje. Rohan Raje will be essentially, I would think, tasked with one thing at this stage and one thing only, getting a single. Jahangir is 1 strike away from a magical number, and you'll want to make sure that you do what you can to help your partner get to that number. And for me, in this instance, it would mean getting a single. Let's see what he does here. Well, he's not looking for a single there, but he'll get a single anyway. He was looking to clear the leg side boundary, but here is the matchup. All signs here point in favor of Jahangir. He's hitting on the leg side to the shorter side of the field. He has a medium pacer, and there are only 10 balls remaining in the innings. Very wide, and that is going to be given as wide. So you do have still 5 balls remaining in this innings. Make that 5 balls remaining in this over. My apologies. In the air toward extra cover, landing in front of extra cover. Boy, that ball stayed in the air for a while. Maybe if you're at extra cover, you come sprinting in. That gives you an opportunity for a catch, but he decided pretty early that he was not going to be able to take that catch. 183 runs on the board. Last 3 balls coming up here in over number 19. And it is going to be Rohan Raja back on strike. Very wide, signaled as wide. That is wide number 20 for the day to go along with 7 other extras. So 27 extras total. Let's look and see what the umpire saw here. Yeah, this is definitely a wide. 3 balls still remaining. Skied and again catchable. Here's Aaron Nadkarni, and he takes it easily. So they're collapsing like a pack of cards here at the back end of the innings. You have a batter at the other end with 95 runs against his name. Why are we not just punching the ball into the gaps and putting Shane Jahangir back on strike? That is mystifying to me. 2 balls remaining in the over, and that is wicket number 4 officially. Unofficially, probably 5 because Akarshik Gomel has been retired hurt. And Arjun Mahesh has now made his way to the crease. I would think Arjun Mahesh is a brilliant cricketer. He's a captain of the US U19 team. Arjun Mahesh, I would think, would be looking to get a single here. But then again, you could also argue that since there's 2 balls remaining in the over, you could argue that you want Shane Jahangir to be on strike to start the next over. So maybe you don't have to take the single. This is lofted away, full toss, 1 bounce, 4 to backward square leg. Very ordinary delivery, that one from Sidesh Patari, full and going down the leg side. Look at this replay. In fact, it wasn't going down the leg side. My apologies. That was made into a bad ball by the batter himself, Arjun Mahesh, who walked across the crease. So Sidesh, I'm sorry I just said that about you. And going into the last ball of over number 19 now, 7 balls remaining in the innings and 188 runs on the board. Shane Jahangir is at the non-strikers and he's been there for a while. He has 96 runs against his name. In theory, this should be an even number of runs, 2, 4, or 6. And it's going to be 4. And you'll take that all day if you're Arjun Mahesh. So consecutive 4s to close out over number 19. More to the point, Arjun Mahesh has made it that Sidesh Patari, after having conceded those runs, it will be Shane Jahangir who's on strike to start over number 20. End of 19, 192 for 4. So, this might be one of those moments where the story may not be the total score 192, but the score that is on Shane Jahangir's, or next to Shane Jahangir's name, 96. The total score now goes up by 1 because that first ball of over number 20 is a wide, that over being bowled by Aaron Nadkarni. Let's see what he can get done here to Shane Jahangir. Shane Jahangir just surveying the field. There's a sweeper on the offside, and then a couple of men in the deep on the leg side, and also deep straight. Here we go. In the air, And down the ground for a single. Coming back for the second, Arjun Mahesh essentially wanted to sacrifice himself to give Shayan Jahangir the strike. Shayan Jahangir was not interested in that approach at all. And Arjun Mahesh ends up being run out by half the length of the pitch. And Shayan Jahangir remains at the non-striker's end. So, they're trying very hard to make this a competitive game, but they keep, I think, making decisions that are not in the best interest of the side. Here we go. Immediately, Arjun Mahesh coming right back, wanting that second run. And unfortunately for him, I think he was just trying to sacrifice himself. And he was thinking, he would have been thinking that the throw would have gone to the non-striker's end. He was going to the danger end, but that's not what it ended up being. And now, Sankirth Batula is on strike with 5 balls remaining. So now, the assignment here is to get 1 run. There is no other option but to do exactly that. That's 1 run, and that's what you need. And now, over to you, Mr. Jahangir. 97 from 62. Sankirth Batula, I think, doing the right thing there, getting that single, but with 195 runs on the board, you have now put yourself in the position where not only is it likely that you'll get to 200, but half of those runs might be scored by your opening batter, Shayan Jahangir. They want 2. They will come for 2. Absolutely no question they'll come back for 2. 99 from 63 for Shayan Jahangir. And you can see the area on the dugout. Look at his teammates. They're absolutely willing him to get this next single. There you see the entire group of Xforia Giants absolutely ready to celebrate with their teammate when he scores his next single. 99 from 63. Short delivery, goes for the cut. It is a wide, so you still have 3 balls remaining to bowl. It is a wide delivery, and it is the short ball that you are allowed for the over. So no more bouncers to be bowled in this over. Has to bowl 3 more deliveries here, Aaron Nadkarni. And so we'll see exactly what happens here. 198 runs on the board. And the last 3 coming. There it is. Played down the ground. You'll get 1 coming back for the second. 101 not out. Shayan Jahangir has absolutely lit the stadium alight. Little bit of a celebration, a muted celebration has to be said. A fist bump to Jay Desai, the keeper, because he knows what an absolutely brilliant innings you've seen here from Shayan Jahangir. 101 from 64 balls faced, 5 fours and 5 sixes. And that also simultaneously brings up the 200. So the last 2 balls, I would think that Shayan Jahangir will be swinging for the fences on these last 2 deliveries. So excellent batting by the opener, and he's not finished yet. 2 balls to come, facing up to Aaron Nadkarni. Oh, there he goes. Crunched away for 6. I believe that went all the way. It did. There's a signal from umpire Vishnu Pillai. 1 ball remaining, 206 runs on the cards, and Shayan Jahangir is still not done. I don't know that if I'm Aaron Nadkarni, I don't just try to bowl the best Yorker I have in my arsenal. Bowling short to a man with 105 runs against his name or 107 runs against his name does not seem like the best option. Last ball of the innings. 6 more out of the stadium. This one, look where this ball goes. Absolutely crunched out of the stadium. Shayan Jahangir ends up with 113 from 66 balls. Sankirth Batula, don't forget about him. He got the 1 single that got his man back on strike. Look at that replay. into the Grand Prairie Knights. This cleared not just the stadium. Usually it bounces on the terrace then over. This one is absolutely all the way out of the stadium. Brutal ball striking, and what an innings. The highest score up for the day. In fact, the highest score for the weekend, 212 runs. Look at that scorecard. Smith Patel, 35 from 29. Cheyenne Jahangir not out 113 from 66. Look at the applause he's getting from his teammates right there. That tells you how much they respect what he's done today. And that man, second to the right, is Akarshit Gomel. He's standing. I think he's going to be okay. In fact, I don't want to speculate. But the bowlers went for a lot of runs. Several bowlers, in fact, only 2 bowlers with economy rates of less than 10. That would be Chaitanya Bishnoi, 1 for 15 with 3 overs, or from 3 overs, and Imran Khan Jr., none for 21 from 4 overs. All other bowlers with economy rates above 11. So that spells doom for your bowling attack when the bowlers are treated that rudely. And so 212 runs on the board, half of which were scored, in fact more than half of which were scored by Cheyenne Jahangir. And look at these highlights for Cheyenne Jahangir's 100. That one, of course, he doesn't get credit for those wides, but he absolutely goes through the gears and then hits big toward the end. Remember, at one stage in this innings, he had something like 1 run from 8 or 9 balls faced. That shows you that he can hit big, or he can be bat with precision. And then a couple of lusty blows toward the back end of the innings. And then that shows you what he did. Absolutely brilliant batting from Cheyenne Jahangir. And this last ball out of the stadium, if you can believe it. I wouldn't even want to estimate the numbers on that one. I think that would probably be north of 95 yards. So, your summary, Cheyenne Jahangir 113 from 66, Smith Patel 35 from 29, Siddhesh Patari 2 wickets, Chaitanya Bishnoi and Aaron Nadkarni 1 each. But the Lone Star Athletics need 213 runs. When we come back after a brief break, we'll see whether or not they can accomplish that. We'll go silent here for the moment. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back to the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. Lone Star Athletics have a very steep hill to climb. 213 runs required for victory. And they need to do it at the rate of 10.65 and over. Your asking rate is already over 10 before a ball has been bowled. But, as the saying goes, the only way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. And the first bite will be taken here by Chaitanya Bishnoi, partnered with Sushant Madani. Chaitanya Bishnoi, the lefty, Sushant Madani, the righty. It will not be easy going against Ehsan Adil. Earlier, I talked about the fact that, maybe not early, yesterday, I talked about the fact that Ehsan Adil is the leading bowler for the Dallas Xforia Giants. At least he was before yesterday's action started. He has now been displaced in that position by Harmeet Singh, but still the third-ranked bowler in the side. 2 wickets, 69 runs conceded. His economy rate has come down a little since yesterday. In other words, when he started yesterday, his economy rate was over 9. It's now 8.6. So bowled yesterday than he had earlier in the bowled better yesterday, better than he'd had early in the tournament. But Ehsan Adil on his best day is one of the best bowlers in the league. He's a former Pakistani international opening bowler, and he moves the ball expertly off the seam. Watch first slip. First slip to the right of your screen. That's Jahangir, who's also a wicketkeeper batter, so he's accustomed to the ball flying in that direction. It will not be easy from Ehsan Adil because, as I said, he moves the ball off the seam typically. Gets very close to the stumps on delivery, and then that ball dances off of the seam in either direction. He can be very handy. The typical ball that he bowls to the left-handers pitches and leaves almost like an off-break. So that's why you have a slip fielder in position. Again, that's Shayan Jahangir at slip, I believe. And Chaitanya Bishnoi has his hands full here. Ehsan Adil with that exaggerated long run-up starting outside the 30-yard circle. Oh, he drove at that one. My goodness, umpire Nachamuta says that's not out, but that definitely pitched and left the batter, wanting him to come forward. That's the length that you bowl to get those types of shots. And early in the innings is when it becomes very difficult to put bat to ball. Look at this delivery now. Just a slight movement away from the batter. Those are impossible deliveries to play. And I'll tell you what, you can move the ball 2 different ways away from the batter. You can bowl, you can swing it. In other words, it's swinging through the air. But swing, for the most part, can be easier to play because you watch the ball, and even though it's moving, you at least anticipate it moving as you see it. If it moves off the seam, that becomes almost impossible to play. And that's what Ehsan Adil is so good at. Wants a quick single here, and they'll be able to get it. So we'll see exactly how you can go about building, at least making an argument for a chase here. 1 run on the board from 3 balls faced, but you're going to need a tremendous amount of flurry of runs. Can you get it from the likes of Chaitanya Bishnoi, Shreyan Satish, Nitish Kumar in particular, Sushant Madani? I would imagine that you would have to be able to generate that type of activity from these top order batters. Particularly, you want to be able to take advantage of the power play overs to see how you can go about manufacturing, at least making a case for the fact that you'd be able to push on and get that target. Nitish Kumar, for me, is one of the more significant potential elements in this game. Names I just called, I didn't say Rit Hinge. He's in the 11. He's one of the better batters as well. He's a young man. Not too long ago, I was commentating on his matches in the Houston Youth Premier League. HYPL, one of the more impactful tournaments in the country for youth every year. And a lot of the players playing in the minor leagues now came up through that tournament. Oh, look at that shot. The first one that Sushant Madani faces, and it lands in the stands beyond mid-wicket. That had all class written over it. A nice sound off the bat as well. And Sushant Madani has gotten the assignment. Look at this. Batting, look how deep in the crease he is. Both feet are inside the crease. And he absolutely launches that. So what that means is if your both feet are inside the crease, what ordinarily would be a very full ball, almost Yorker length, if you're batting in your normal stance, in other words, either straddling the crease or outside of the crease. If you're deep in the crease with both feet, it becomes a ball that you can get under, and that's exactly what Sushant Madani did. Short delivery, not surprising that that's the delivery that Ihsan Adil went to. They'll get a couple of runs here. Sushant Madani, clean strike over the top of mid-wicket. And the next delivery from Ihsan Adil that had some heat behind it. But he just rode the bounce and gets 2 more runs behind square on the offside. So let's see exactly how you can go here. By the way, and again, calling the names of the batters that I expected to be able to be a part of this run chase. I also didn't mention Shreyan Satish. Mentioned him earlier. He is primarily a batter. Even though he bowled a lot in this match, he ordinarily is known more as a batter, a top order batter. So he's also somebody who you can count on to get some runs. Last ball coming up here over number 1. Sushant Madani will take the single, keep the strike. Productive first over. You need 10 runs and over. Well, you got 10 in this first over. 10 without loss. Ten overs, 1 over in the books, 10 runs from that first over. Second over about to be bowled here by Rohan Raje. And Rohan Raje bowls outswing. I talked about that earlier. You can move the ball 2 different ways. You can swing it away from the batter. In other words, the ball moves in the air, or you can move it off the seam. Ihsan Adil is a seam bowler, gets the ball to move either direction off the seam. Rohan Raje is the other type of bowler. He swings it in the air. It moves away from the right-handed batter. This time Sushant Madani with a big swipe and a miss. But you see first slip in position. The man just right there at slip to the right of the keeper. And he could potentially be in play if that ball is swinging the way that Rohan Raje swung it last night. Okay, this is exactly what we're talking about. That ball is swinging away. Want to get another look at that if we can, because when this ball leaves the right-handed batters, it suggests that, first of all, the ball doesn't swing forever. It only swings for about 5 or 6 overs. But if it's swinging, then you'd certainly want to be able to fortify the area behind the stumps. So you have one slip fielder now. I don't know that you don't go with another slip fielder or maybe a gully, because you have a limited amount of time to take advantage of the swinging ball. Let's see what their approach is here. 3 consecutive deliveries go past the outside edge. This is a great start with the ball for Rohan Raje. You've seen him do that a lot. Just able to get that ball to curl away from the right-handed batters Maybe at some point we'll be able to take a look at one of these deliveries again up close. But he's doing exactly what his team needs him to do here, Rohan Rajat. And 3 straight dot balls to a team that needs 10 runs and over is a great way to start a spell. Looking to advance down the track, Sushant Madani wants to hit himself out of trouble, but all that is just another dot ball. So with each dot ball, the pressure builds. You have runs on the board. You still have more than 200 runs that you need to go get. And so every time you have that dot, in fact, at this stage, every time you have a single, the required rate goes up because you're needing at this stage almost 11 runs and over. Started the innings needing 10.65 and over, and that has gone upwards. So you're not necessarily making progress toward it. Look how deep in his crease Sushant Madani is. That's crushed away into the deep. That is Arjun Mahesh on the boundary, I believe. And he's able to clean up. That's just, in fact, that's not Arjun Mahesh. We'll confirm exactly who that is in a minute. But that's Abhimanyu Paswal, my apologies. But you do get a single here. So it's not going to be a maiden, but my goodness, if you're bowling an over in which the opposition team needs 11 runs and over, and your first 5 balls, they only score 1 run, you're doing exactly what you need as a bowling unit. Now, different challenge, bowling to Chaitanya Bishnoi. The outswingers to the right-hander will be an in-swinger to him, and his strong side, his leg side, is to the short side of the field. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, he was lining himself up to play in that direction. But a good delivery here to close the over. Rohan Raja shortening the length on that one and ensuring that Chaitanya Bishnoi could only just bunt it into the leg side for no run. Good over. Excellent over. In fact, 2 runs, or second over, just 1 run coming from it. Score is 11 without loss. It's an Adil. No ball. Free hit coming up. Sushant Madani will like this. Earlier, you saw Ehsan Adil really working on that plant area right there where he plants his front foot. You saw him essentially making sure that he had a good enough grip. And I don't know that preoccupation with that spot is not what causes this. There you see, that's a great representation. Some part of your foot has to come down behind the popping crease, behind that crease. And you can step on the line. Most of your foot can be over the line, but some part of your foot has to come down behind it. So starting out here with a no ball and subsequent free hit is what you'll have here. Ehsan Adil will want to keep that front foot behind the line. Generally comes very close to that front line, Ehsan Adil. Free hit here. Launched in the air, and this is going to go for 6. Sushant Madani taking advantage of the free hit. Under the circumstances, I think it's a shot that he'd ordinarily want to play anyway, because under the circumstances you need at this stage almost 12 runs and over, but that would certainly help. So Ehsan Adil getting that one not quite bouncing high enough. He wanted to bowl a bouncer, but the ball probably gets up to stomach height. In order for that to trouble the batters, it needs to be around head height. Sushant Madani having no trouble putting that one away. Karthik Nachamuthu, the umpire, standing at the northern end of the ground. Vishnu Pillai is standing currently at square leg. Sushant Madani off to a fast start, 16 from 10. Chetene now. He's only faced 4 balls. And you would think a fast start is what you would need if you're going to challenge seriously 213 runs. Here's Esanadil again. Down the ground. What an elegant shot. Goes straight as an arrow for 4. Couple bounces. Straight down the ground. Sushant Madani now 20 from 11. This is what you need, the fast start that we talked about. You want to be able to take advantage of the scoring opportunities, and that is straight as an arrow. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of playing in the V. That ball was on the stumps, but you can still play an aggressive shot while keeping the bat straight. That's exactly what Sushant Madani has done. If he goes across the line on that, he gets bowled probably, in all likelihood, yes. But keep that bat straight, and that gives you scoring opportunities, even with the ball on the stumps. There he goes again. That is 6 more. What a huge hit. Gigantic. It makes such a good sound off the bat. Esanadil has been taken apart in this over. 17 runs from the over and only 3 balls bowled. This one is again on the stumps, but maybe more toward leg stump. So that gives Sushant Madani the opportunity to go a little bit cross bat, plays it just wide of long off, but the distance on that, it travels a fair distance, landing some probably 20 yards over the rope on top of the terrace. So you started off well here. All of a sudden, the required rate that you need is what you have. Moving into over number 3, halfway through the over, you have 28 runs on the board. So you're scoring at the rate of 11.2 runs and over overall. The required rate now back under 11. Here's Esanadil again. Advancing down the track. Doesn't make a difference. No contact made, but it is a wide. So that means that you've now conceded 18 runs in this over, Esanadil, with 3 balls still remaining. And things just getting to be a little bit worrisome for the Dallas Xforia Giants. They have a good bowling attack. Harmeet Singh, you'll see, of course, Sankirth Batula a little bit later on. Rohan Raja is a good bowler. But their number 1 strike bowler is being taken to the cleaners here. Looks to slash it away. That had some gas on it. Not able to get anything on it. 2 more balls remaining. I don't know necessarily that that's the best line to bowl. You have a deep backward square leg, and you have a deep third, but there's nobody on the offside in the deep. And even though that's the big side of the ground, if you bowl short and wide, you're asking for trouble. That ball can be, you can score off those types of deliveries. And Sushant Madani certainly is normally an aggressive batter, but here is even looking more dangerous. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 3. Esanadil looking to close this over out better than he started it. Oh, so 3 straight deliveries that are bang on target here from Esanadil. I said 3, not exactly 3, because there was a 6 and then a wide, but a couple of deliveries that have gas that he was not able to score off of Sushant Madani. And so now you'll see the last ball coming up here from Esanadil. Already an expensive over. 18 runs coming from it. Look at this. There is the movement I've talked about. He moves it off the seam in both directions. So those can be very difficult to play. But here we go. The last ball of the over. Sushant Madani batting deep in his crease. His back foot is well inside the crease and his front foot is just outside, and then he moves back fully into the crease here for the last ball. 3 great deliveries. So 3 great balls close things out over number 18, maybe over number 3. 18 runs overall come from the over. At the end of 3, the score is 29 without loss. Rohan Raje bowled 1 over, only conceded 1 run, so he absolutely deserves to bowl a second one here, bowling to Chetene Bishnoi, who's been watching the carnage from the other end, 1 from 4. Oh, that's going to be close. I'll tell you what, they'll run a leg by. I don't like the appeal that I just saw from Rohan Raje. Really, it wasn't an appeal, it was more of a celebration. Started celebrating before. This, for me, is rising. This is maybe just going over the top of leg stump, but it's very close. So you can understand why Rohan Raje is irritated. But frankly, the protocol is to turn around and ask the question of the umpire and not to start appealing. And it was certainly close enough that you can't assume that it was given or that it would have been given. Not given in this on this instance, and so a single to start, a single meaning a leg bite to start over number 4. Rohan Raje bowled an excellent first over, and now bowling to Sushant Madani, who has shown an ability to hit big. Runs this one down the hill, simple as that, opens the face. I said he's shown an ability to hit big. He did not need to hit big there. Just opening the face, nobody at deep third, wide open area for runs if you choose, and he helps himself to 4 of them. So looking at the field that is being set here for Sushant Madani, who's now moved into the 30s, 30 from 16. There's a slip fielder, there's a short third, but nobody in the deep. There's at least behind the wicket, but there's a very wide and a very deep, let's call it backward point on the boundary. Sky, this is going to be taken. Harmeet Singh with the catch, and that's the end of Sushant Madani. The captain with the easiest of catches that you like. Maybe for a split second he would have seen Sankirth Batula coming to his right, but he takes it without much fuss, and that's the first wicket. 34 for 1 is your score. The dismissal of Sushant Madani is impactful because he was the main firecracker in the innings so far. Right there, Harmeet Singh with the catch, and just there you saw in the replay that it was his space was being encroached upon by Sankirth Batula, but he's a brilliant cricketer, Harmeet Singh, and he's able to maneuver himself to avoid, number 1, the collision, and then number 2, to take the catch. So that's the end of Sushant Madani. He got the kind of start that he wanted, but that dismissal opens the door just a little bit. But you get rid of Sushant Madani and you invite to the wicket the man we talked about earlier. This is going to be Nitish Kumar. Said it a couple of times already, one of a handful of people to have played for 2 different countries internationally. 2 countries that he's played for are both in North America, first Canada, then the US. 34 for 1. Esa Nadil, 2 overs. The second of his overs was very expensive, so his 2 overs have cost him 28 runs so far. That's not going to help his economy rate. But Rohan Raje has more than made up for the expensive start with the opening pairs. The opening pair, 1.3 overs, 1 for 5. Nitish Kumar defended into the offside, no run. And boy, you really do want to make sure that you have the type of start that will help you challenge the total. Look at this, the celebration, and a pretty straightforward catch taken by Harmeet Singh. Nitish Kumar, 1 ball faced, no run scored, and you now have 2 more balls remaining in the over. Drive and a miss, consecutive dot balls after the wicket, so that would be 4 from the very first ball, but then 4 dots immediately after that. So you're off to a good start here. Rohan Raje only at this stage conceding 5 runs in his 1.5 overs. So you cannot do it any better than that. And does Nitish Kumar do something here to upset the excellent bowling from Rohan Raje? Worked into the leg side. Does he look for two? Not there's no opportunity for a second run there. So that is the end of two. Excellent stuff from Rohan Raje and the big wicket of Sushant Madani in that over. End of 2, 35 for 1. Make that end of 4, 35 for 1. So change in bowling from the Thader end. Esen Adil's 2 overs cost 28 runs. It's certainly better bowling than those numbers would suggest. But Harmeet Singh making the change to his second seamer, or second, let's call it his first change, seamer Sankirth Batula. Longtime member of the squad, Sankirth Batula. And I think you'll see that his role here is just to keep things quiet. If you bowl a couple of overs that go for 6 or so runs and over, especially since this is now the penultimate over the power play, that's sort of where you want to be. So let's see exactly what you can do here. Bowling to Nitish Kumar. Oh, lovely strike. Lovely strike. That goes for 6. Well, I mentioned bowl a couple of overs that go for around 6. Well, if the first ball of the over goes for 6, then that makes it difficult to keep that going. Look at that. I'll tell you what, though. The ball was on the stumps, and it's a bit of a cross-batted shot by Nitish Kumar. Timed it well, but had he missed that slightly cross-batted shot, that could have had a serious question asked by umpire Nashimutu. Sankirth Batula, second leading bowler in the side, 8 overs on the season. Conceded 72 runs, taken 3 wickets, so his average is 24. And not sure exactly what the delay is about. The ball didn't go out of the stadium. It landed. Oh, I see. There is a sort of a walkway to the players' locker rooms. And that's exactly where the ball went. So that is a wide open area that really goes out to the parking lot. So maybe the ball went for a long ride toward the parking lot, but it was just retrieved. So Sankirth Batula's average is 24. Economy rate is 9. So he'll want to bring that down. But with an economy rate of 9, you give up 6 from the first ball, you're behind the 8 ball. That's played away square. Looking for a single, and that's all that they'll get. Sankirth Batula, one of your better bowlers, of course, but you're facing a side that wants to be aggressive, wants to put themselves in the position of accelerating here. And so when you're looking at where the runs are going to come from, Sushant Madani would have been the leading batter in the side. Came in with 93 runs on the season, high score of 30, and a strike rate of 130. Chaitanya Bishnoi is the second leading scorer. And then Nitish Kumar down at number 5. But that's just what they've done in a really short season so far. Historically, and based on his tremendous historical record, both in Canada and in the US, you'd expect that Nitish Kumar would feature very heavily in the chase if it's to be a successful chase. And it's a very steep ask, there's no question, but you want to rely on your senior players to do that for you. Down the ground, Chaitanya Bishnoi, but he did not get enough of it. Straightforward catch taken. Esen Adil with the simple catch. Chaitanya Bishnoi is gone. That is the second wicket to fall, and the Lone Star Athletics are 42 for 2. So he wants to go big. The ball wasn't quite full enough for that big drive down the ground. So you can do one of two things. You can either advance down the track, or you can play a cross-batted shot because it was short enough that it wouldn't have threatened the stumps. But it did neither. Tried to go down the ground with that big hit, but only ended up getting underneath it, skying it in the air, and a pretty simple catch taken by Adil. So you've gotten a 6 and then a single, but then your fortunes change because that becomes wicket number 2. And now a new batter is in. It's going to be Kashyap Padrapati. Kashyap Padrapati joining with Nitish Kumar. And the new batter is in. And the team is already in the huddle, so not sure exactly why that is. But looking at that replay again, a pretty straightforward catch. Adil judging it well. And once you judge it that well, you don't need to do much other than just hold on to it. And you've seen some catches today, really earlier in the game, where the ball was in the air for an eternity, swirling. But this was a pretty straightforward catch, and Adil, you would not expect for him to drop that, or really anybody else in the side for that matter. So, second to last ball in the over coming up with a new batter at the crease. 42 for 2 is the score. That sails through at pace. Oohs and ahs coming from behind the wicket. And now, first wicket partnership was worth 34, and only 8 added for the second wicket partnership between Nitish Kumar and Chaitanya Bishnoi. So now Nitish Kumar, 8 from 5, is going to have to start over with a new batter at the other end. Padrapati only faced one ball. This is the last ball of over number 5. Down the leg side, and it's going to be given as wide. Smith Patel with the collection, but Sakir Batulu will have to re-bowl this. So you have still a very steep hill to climb. 170 runs needed. 170 runs needed in the next 91 balls. That is a really stiff ask. Looking to advance down the track, but again a wide, so having trouble finding the right line here, Sankirth Batula. He knows that the batters want to come after him. They need to come after him. So you can understand him wanting to keep the ball out of the hitting zone, but he's gotten it too wide in the last couple of attempts. Still needing one ball to close out the over here. Worked into the leg side. Short, fine leg is in position. That is going to be fielded. So you get a single. Ultimately, it becomes a good over because even though it scores 10 runs and they need 10 runs and over, really from here they need 11 and over. But you take the big wicket of Chaitanya Bishnoi. That is the end of over number 5. Last over the power play coming up, 45 for 2. Rohan Raje back into the attack, bowling the last over of the power play. And this is going to be an interesting over because Rohan Raje proven himself to be the best of the bowlers so far, I would think. And you've spent 2 of his overs already. You're now spending his 3rd remaining from him. What do you do? Do you try to save that one over for the death overs? In other words, close to the end of the innings. Decisions to be made here. That's worked away into the deep. At least 2 runs. A long run for the fielder coming back from a short fine leg. And that's the second run that they get. It's a long boundary out there. So it's an 82-yard boundary. Had that been on the other side of the field, it would have already gotten to the fence, or to the rope. But that's a pretty long boundary, so no chance of the ball getting to the boundary before being retrieved by the fielders. Now, Kashyap Pajapati 2 from 4, Nitish Kumar 8 from 5. Partnership, you need a partnership, need to build something, and no opportunity for a single here. It's interesting to look at the comparison because by one measure you're well behind. 166 runs needed in the next 88 balls, and you've already lost 2 top order wickets. But at the end of this previous over, at the end of over 5, you had 43, make that 45 runs to your name. At the end of the 5th over, the Dallas Xforia Giants, when they batted, had 37. So by at least one measure, you're ahead of the game in that way. You want to be able to be positive and make sure that you continue making strides toward running the total down. Wanting to get a single there, but no option to get that. So having said that, you don't want to have a string of dot balls being bowled, because at this stage, every time, of course, that you have a dot ball, the required rate is going to be increasing. And your options really become very simple at this stage. Put ball to bat. Make sure that at minimum you pick up singles, because when you do that, then you'll help to build some pressure. Interesting now that there is a fielder going into the leg side. Has come from the slip position going into short mid wicket. So now 4 on the leg side as opposed to 3, which is what you had before. Is defended for a single, and so now you're in the position where, given the start that you've had, you were off to a fast start for a while there with Sushant Madani batting, but it's become a lot more difficult and a lot more challenging now because run rate is coming back to earth, 8.23. Required rate is sneaking upward, so much so that it's already at 11.6. You're almost at the stage where you need 2 runs, a ball the rest of the way. That is a very stiff ask. Lovely shot down the ground, and it's going to be over the head of the fielder running back from mid-on. A couple of runs off the bat. I thought that would have made it to the boundary, but nevertheless, an excellent over bowled here by Rohan Raja. That's the last over in the power play. 5 runs coming from that over, and that brings up the 50. So 163 runs needed in the next 84 balls. So new bowler for the Dallas Xforia Giants is going to be Yaqub Hydari. First delivery is a dot. And we want to see what Mr. Hydari is able to do here. To to see. In fact, he actually doesn't figure in the bowling figure so far. He's not in the top 5 for his team, but just bowled one, played in one match, took no wickets, scored no runs, so nothing of note in the record book for him just yet. Knocked him over. Now he has something in the record books. Full and straight, middle stump pegged back. That is the end of Kashyap Pajapati. And Yaqub Hydari has his first. The score is 49 for 3. Boy, that was full and straight. One of the beautiful deliveries that you get from the youngster. And you see the celebration. Just there you see that little bit of a celebration. And here we see on the replay, where did this go? In swing. And it came in beautifully. Oh my goodness. And is there a better sign for a fast bowler than the middle stump knocked completely out of the ground? So I'd seen that delivery again. That ball started outside the line of off stump, but the seam was angled toward fine leg. In other words, toward the top right of your screen. Look at this again. Well, can't see it on that angle, but look at this when you get the replay from the other end. That ball is angled, or the seam is angled in toward fine leg. And so that shows you the ugly sign. If you're a batter, you don't ever want to see that. Really bad enough that you get bowled, but to get bowled with the middle stump not completely out of the ground, that's not something that you're going to be happy with. So the new batter is going to be Jahangir. Jahangir, another member of the young brigade, but he's up against it here. Down the leg side, what a take. Excellent take by Smith Patel, but Yaqub Hydari will have to re-bowl this. But just looking back at this replay again, look at this celebration here from Yaqub Hydari. And if we have the replay where you're looking straight down the wicket, that one tells the story. But because it was a beautiful in-swinger, the typical delivery for the right-handed pace bowler is an outswinger. In other words, leaving the right-handed batter. But this one came in and struck the middle of middle stump. Absolutely brilliant delivery. And then a couple of dot balls to follow up with. In fact, one dot ball, because the previous one was wide. But Yaqub Hydari showing that he's fired up and he wants to make sure that his team knows that he is ready to make an impact. Earlier said that he had not had anything in the record books yet, at least in this tournament. Well, he's shown his abilities with the ball already, with still 3 balls remaining in this over. That is a similar delivery to the one that got the wicket. In-swinger from over the wicket, slanting it in. Okay, this tells the story. Look at this. Look at the seam position here. Angled to the top right of your screen. That's where the in-swing comes from. And it swings in between bat and pad. Spectacular delivery. For me, the best delivery that's been bowled all day. And that's saying a lot. So 2 more balls remaining here in over number 7. Boy, that's really good camera work by the camera crew on that delivery, because you can tell, just for the youngsters who are looking to learn how to bowl and have the ball move, that seam position, if you keep it just angled away toward the top right, or to away like toward fine leg, and then release it in such a way that the seam remains upright as the ball travels through the air. That's what creates swing. And if you do that expertly, and if you can control it, you'll be a huge asset to your side. Last ball. And it is played away into the offside, no run. 1 run coming from the over. That 1 run was a wide, if you can believe it. So an excellent first over, bowled by Yaqub Hydari. End of over number 7. The score is 51 for 3. quick look at some of the highlights through the first 7 overs. A couple of wickets. The last one being the most impressive. That one, oh my goodness. In swing between the bat and the pad. And that takes out middle stump. Middle stump knocked 5 yards away from the other 2. That's always something that excites the bowlers. And so Sankirth Batula bowled 1 over. But now you'll see a change in bowling. It's going to be Kamal Pasi bowling from the river end, the southern end of the ground. Yakub Hayri bowling over number 7. Now it's going to be Kamal Pasi bowling over number 8. And you're falling further behind here quickly if you are the Lone Star Athletics, because that required rate now up above 12. So you need 12.4 runs and over to win from here. Goes for the big swipe. Not able to get anything on it. So Kamal Pasi bowling over number 8. So your bowling options appear to be multiple. And if you're Harmeet Singh, you still have yourself as a left arm orthodox that you can use strategically against the right arm or right-handed batters. Kamal Pasi, in fact, that first deliverable signal is wide. I missed that, my apologies. Appeal. Umpire Vishnu Pillai says it's going down leg. And they do get a leg by. There's a signal for a leg by umpire Vishnu Pillai. Wanting to take a look at this again, see where this goes. Ooh, late movement. Yeah, definitely missing leg. Late movement, swinging in. So you talked about the fact that you get that ball to swing by angling the seam toward fine leg. And you've seen not just one bowler, but now Kevin Pasi, or Kamal Pasi, doing the same thing. So you get a leg by. And now see what you can get done here. Nitish Kumar and Rit Hinge are the 2 at the crease. Rit Hinge, the youngster, again from Houston. Nitish Kumar, the veteran from Canada, now playing and making his living for cricket in the U.S. This shows a representation of that LBW shout, and I think you'll find here that this is dancing, certainly going down the leg. Impact is in line with the stumps, but to me, dancing down, and the right decision made by umpire Vishnu Pillai. So you certainly started out with a wide, and then a leg by, and then a single. So 3 runs of different flavors in this over. Coming back for the second run, he took off relatively late. That's close. But umpire Karthik Nachimutu says that he got there in time. That was very risky. It ended up being. So a long way to go, but it feels as though, look at this replay now. Look how late the non-striker takes off. Couldn't see it from that shot, but it's a good piece of fielding, and that is great camera work. Absolutely just getting over the line. And good thing. That is the reason, ladies and gentlemen, or particularly kids, when you're batting, the umpires, the coaches will tell you to slide your bat ahead of you. It was the slide of the bat that time that saved Nitish Kumar. Had he not slid his bat, he would have been dismissed. So, long way to go here, but you'll see that double from Nitish Kumar. You'll need a whole lot more of that. You need more than 2 runs every ball. Played into the offside. A direct hit there would have been interesting, but he makes it. 2 balls remaining here in over number 6. Make that over number 8. And the hill that you have to climb keeps getting more and more steep. Look at this again. Yep, dancing down the leg side for me. And here's the replay on this. Oh my goodness, that would have been a close call, but you can argue that he might just be consider himself lucky there. Rittinga, 1 from 5. 2 balls remaining in the over. No run here. And so the scoring rate definitely slowing down. 57 for 3. The scoring rate now down to 7.28. So you're trending in the wrong direction if you're the Lone Star Athletics. Still have a lot of work to do. 156 more runs needed. You need to score them in 73 balls. You're up against a really good bowling side here. Come on, Posse. 5 runs conceded in this, his first over. Let's see how well he goes from here. Just 1 ball remaining. It's going to be a single. I believe this is going to be a leg by. Watch umpire Vishnu Pillai here. But doesn't matter. In fact, no signal from umpire Pillai. So let's assume that that came off the bat. 6 runs, make that 7 runs coming from the over. End of over number 8. The score is 58 for 3. Yaqub Hadri back into the attack. A successful first over for him. Ooh, went for the Yorker. Played away into the deep. Should get a second run here. So Rittinga and Nitish Kumar looking to build something positive here. Rittinga 4 from 8. Nitish Kumar 13 from 9. But you are in a situation where you need plenty of runs and you need them in a hurry, and very soon, unless you make strides in that direction, the conversation might switch from whether or not we're going to win this to how can we not hurt ourselves with net run rates. Oh, he wound up looking for the big hit there, Rittinga, trying to access that short boundary on the leg side. Not able to get or make contact with that. That shot had evil intent written all over it. So you're down now to the last 153 runs needed in 70 balls. And now you're falling behind the pace that was set by the Dallas Xforia Giants. At the end of over number 8, Xforia Giants had 71 runs. He had 58 runs here, Lone Star Athletics, so definitely falling behind that pace. And what you like, as an appeal for leg before, what you like about the fact that the Lone Star or the Dallas Xforia Giants, when they batted, they accelerated beautifully throughout their innings. They kept increasing the run rate. Well, here, they're doing the opposite, the Lone Star Athletics. They are, over time, that run rate is being reduced. Much of that, in fact, most of it is due to really good bowling from the entirety of the league. Look for the team. Look at this shout for LBW. Yeah, going down. That's missing leg stump, I would think. Couple of good dot balls here, though, so you're in trouble. Again, looking for the big hit. Umpire Nachimutu thinking about it. And in the meantime, a couple of overthrows, and you'll end up with a leg by. Oh, in fact, no signal from umpire Nachimutu, so didn't see a leg by signal. Let's look at this here. with the angle, with the ball swinging in, I believe that this is going down leg. So on the scorecard has it as a leg by. So if umpire naturally moved to signal it, I may have missed it. My apologies. The last two balls coming up here in over number 9. In theory, you would have a water break at the end of over number 10. Let's see if they maintain that. Single here by Nitish Kumar. How much is on his shoulders? You've lost 3 top order wickets. Third wicket being probably one of the bigger ones, because when you lose Chaitanya Bishnoi, and you certainly put yourself in the position that you're going to need to start accelerating, but where is acceleration going to come from is what you'd be asking yourself. And now the last ball. Look at this delivery. Just a replay here. And you see the fortification on his plant foot. Many bowlers these days cut out the front where the toe meets the front of your shoe. I don't know exactly how you'd want to do that, but that's neither here nor there for the purposes of this conversation, because that's a dot ball that closes things out in over number 9. Score after 9 is 62 for 3. Nitish Kumar 14 from 10. Rithinge 4 from 12. Overall run rate is now down to 6.89. The required run rate is 13.73. Things getting more and more difficult. Have to look for 2 here, won't you? Nope. Oh, that's a good piece of fielding. It jumps all over that one. It's going to become our passe continuing. Bowling over number 10. So when you have the start that you did, then you've gotten through a difficult period, but then you start losing wickets, that becomes very, very difficult to sort of visualize seeing you staying in this game. And so with that single, the required rate, every time you have a single or a dot, or really at this stage even a double, each of those will cause the required rate to increase, because it's now up to 13.85, wanting to see if they can steal a bye. And I believe that this is going to be, no, it's a wide. Okay, so that helps. Couple of runs to the total. The wide plus the one that they ran. Kamal Passy wanting to make sure that he gets this ball on the right line. Attempted scoop shot by Rithinge. And it's going to result in Nitish Kumar being back on strike. Very experienced cricketer. He would have seen it for a number of years, playing for Canada and the US, but he knows that his team needs a big one from him here. Glances this one around the corner. Yaqub Haidari is the man at short fine leg. Line still for me a little bit too straight. You want that ball to be more on an off stump line. Especially with fine leg inside the circle, anything bowling or being bowled at the body is asking for trouble. You just need to get inside of the line and work it into the leg side. That typically gets it past the fielder at fine leg. So certainly scoring opportunities there if you're not careful. In the meantime, Rithinge back on strike, 4 from 12. Team needs him to accelerate or help accelerate the scoring rate. He's a young man, Rithinge, and again, you're looking to see whether or not he can help drag his team towards something resembling a successful chase. Looks to work this around the corner. I believe this is going to be a leg bite. Signal there from umpire Vishnu Pillai. That man that is in the picture right there is the father of Arjun Mahesh. And you'll see whether or not Arjun Mahesh, well, he batted earlier, a couple of big strokes, and got his team going toward the back end of his innings. 2 consecutive fours. Got run out, I think rightfully trying to get his partner, Shine Jahangir, back on strike. In the meantime, I think you've seen some evidence that you've had a lot of activity around the field and wanting to make sure that you just get everything going the way you need to. Run out opportunity here. Oh, he had a stump and a half to aim at. Gunned that ball in at the stumps. Not able to make any contact with it. And this is just going to be another single. But boy, you're starting to feel like you're falling behind here. Look at this run out opportunity. Dropping it into the offside. Clean pickup and a throw. Oh, easily gotten home that time, Redhinge. So nothing to be concerned about there. But the bigger concern, you still need another 145 runs in the next 62 balls. That is a steep ask. Looking for the scoop shot. Not given. And I think this may have just hit Redhinge on a spot on his thigh that might have just missed the batting pad and the thigh pad. That never feels good when it thuds into your skin without any protection. And it's also a pace bowler, so that certainly would have made it feel worse. Last ball coming up. Don't know if we'll have a chance to look at that LBW shout, but if we do, I suspect that it might be drifting down. Take a look. Well, this won't give you the best angle. Okay, here we go. Oh, we'll see it here in a minute. But 1 ball remaining in the over. Maybe a quick water break after this. We'll see. In the meantime, you're looking upwards at 14 runs and over is what you need. Here we are for this LBW shout. Walking across his stumps. Oh my goodness. This is very, very close. And it didn't miss the pad like I thought it did. It actually hit the pad. And to me, you can make an argument that it might have been shaving leg stump. No question it was straight. No question that it was close. End of the over. And we do have a short water break coming up. We'll just take a look at some of these highlights. Look at Sushant Madani. It was the Sushant Madani show for a while, but he was dismissed. That's a simple catch taken by Harmeet Singh. And then the rest of the way, you've seen a couple of lusty blows, but nothing sustained yet. And you need to have something other than Chaitanya Bishnoi giving a simple catch to SN Adil, because the rest of the way you're going to have, for me, the ball of the match, the ball of the tournament, for what I've seen so far from Yaqub Haidari. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the water break. We'll take a short break along with the players. Come back in a few seconds. Well, the expression "make hay while the sun shines" comes to mind. The sun is not shining, obviously, but there's no time like the present to make a charge toward this target. Another 145 needed in the last 10 overs. Not going to be easy. It's going to be Sanketh Batula back into the attack. Bowled 1 over, conceded 9 runs. Bowling over number 11 here, so 10 runs to his name so far, or against his name. But boy, what you want is for someone to grab the bull by the horns and see if they can help the cause. Huge swipe and a miss, Rithinge. 4 from now 16 balls faced, so his strike rate of 25. And he's essentially justifying, at least showing how good the bowling attack is. Rithinge not really able to get the ball off the square at the moment. And that's not necessarily his fault. That's just really good bowling. This is very wide though. So Sanketh Batula will have to re-bowl that. So you're going into the back end of the innings now, into the second half. The ask is steep. 143 in the next 58 balls. Under most circumstances, that's a really, really stiff ask. When you have the top order that the Lone Star Athletics have, and many have already been dismissed. And this is going to be another wicket. Top edge, simple catch taken by Smith Patel with the gloves. Rithinge has been dismissed, 4 from 17. Lone Star Athletics are 70 for 4. So in one sense, you don't like the fact that you lost the wicket, but in another sense, a batter who has a strike rate of 25, you don't think necessarily is going to be able to help accelerate. So maybe you put yourself in the position by having another batter who can accelerate more so than Rithinge was able to do today. Rithinge is an excellent young cricketer, but he, I think, had a lot more on his plate in terms of what he's being asked to do than his natural game would dictate. He's normally a flowing cricketer, essentially one who plays proper cricket strokes. This situation requires big hitting from the get-go, and I don't know that that's his game particularly. So one young man is out, another is in. This is going to be Cameron Sheikh. Cameron Sheikh and Nitish Kumar now at the wicket. And with the dismissal here, with 70 runs on the board, it means that the 4th wicket partnership was only worth 20. You need more than that. Pretty simple catch taken here by Smith Patel with the gloves on. And Cameron Sheikh facing up to Sanketh Batula, who now has 2 wickets, by the way. So he has been the most successful of the bowlers. 2 wickets and just 11 runs conceded in 1.3 overs. Immediately off the mark, it feels like it is all coming down to Nitish Kumar. It feels as though any chance of coming anything close to within 30 or 40 runs of this target, the majority of these runs need to be scored by Nitish Kumar. He's been there for a long time, but only faced 14 balls. He has 18 runs scored from those 14 balls. It's cut away, running away down the hill for 4. You need more of those. That certainly helps. Just a touch of width offered by Sanketh Batula and Nitish Kumar, only too experienced to miss out on those. Look at this shot. Not ridiculously wide, but just wide enough that he could play the cross-batted shot, the cut shot, and that goes away behind point for 4. So 8 runs from the over already. Last ball, make that 6 runs from the over, my apologies. And the last ball coming up. looked for the big drive late on the shot, goes through to the keeper. That's the end of a good over for the Xforia Giants. 6 runs coming from the over, but the wicket of Jahangir. And so at the end of 11, 9 remaining, the score is 74 for 4. $75 for 4 is your score. This is going to be Rohan Raja coming back into the attack. 3 overs bowled. Interesting. It's interesting because I earlier speculated as to whether or not you would save him or save his last over for the death. At this stage, it appears that Harmeet Singh in a poker parlance has pushed all his chips to the table because he does not think that he'll need Rohan Raja at the death. He's using him here in over number 12. And you'll go through the death overs without your strike bowler, your premier strike bowler, at least as it relates to this match. He's been the most successful of the strike bowlers. But here, you've conceded a single from the first 2 balls. And boy, the way that it looks right now, you've gone to the situation where you've conceded and your run rate is slowing down. It's down to 6.7. Required rate up to almost 16. So you understand why Harmeet Singh does not think that he'll need Rohan Raja for the death overs. And speaking of whom, you've not seen Harmeet Singh himself bowl yet. It's Harmeet Singh, previously mentioned, fielding in the covers, an excellent fielder, but it's been an all-pace attack so far. Ehsan Adil, Rohan Raja, Sankirth Batula, Yaqub Hadri, and Kamal Pasi have been the only bowlers used. Harmeet Singh himself, obviously a great spinner, but I don't think that you've seen anything. Well, you have not seen any of the spinners. No spinners at all have been bowled in this innings so far. Short and hammered, short arm jab, and it's going to clear the ropes. What a shot from Nitish Kumar. Very little flourish. That is the stereotypical short arm jab. It was a short of length delivery, not a genuine bouncer, but Nitish Kumar saw the scoring opportunity and pounced all over it. Big 6 to the long side of the field, 85 yards, 82 yards rather, and it lands over the ropes in that direction. So that is a clean strike by Nitish Kumar. You need several more of those, but you don't get 10 of them without first getting 1. And that is exactly what you just saw here from Nitish Kumar. And so now 2 balls remaining in the innings, in the over rather. Down the ground, but landing short of Ehsan Adil at long off. Heard the loud catch it as the cry, but no realistic chance of that being a catch, I don't think. So now Cameron Sheikh will be on strike, joining up with Nitish Kumar again. So the first wicket partnership was worth 34. The second and third wicket partnerships were both worth 8. And the fourth wicket partnership worth 20. So not a whole lot of productivity from the top order. But here, you're in the scenario where you're going to need to find some way to accelerate. Needing to do it here with Cameron Sheikh and Nitish Kumar. Wanted a single, not able to take it. And that's an athletic piece of work behind the stumps by Smith Patel. End of over number 12. The score is 83 for 4. Quick match summary. Excuse me. Quick match summary is what I'm struggling to say. Number at the top left, 113. Jahangir stamped his authority all over this match. At this stage, you have to wonder whether or not the Lone Star Athletics, forget beating the Dallas Xforia Giants, can they beat Jahangir? 83 for 4 is their score. You're into the last 8 overs of the innings. And looking to see whether or not this pair of Nitish Kumar and Cameron Sheikh can get something along the lines of respectability about the scorecard. As of right now, you're well behind, 131 runs adrift. Sanket Batula again crashed away through the offside. Should be 2. Coming back for the second run here. So as I said, looking to see whether or not you can at least make a fight out of it. Sanket Batula coming into bowl his 3rd over, and you want to make sure that you can at least make them work for the victory. You want to take this game as deep as possible. Good looking shot in the outfield, or toward the outfield there. So I think that you've found that the activities in the outfield, the sprinters are all in the outfield, as they say, and they cover a lot of ground. Looking to make sure that they close out properly here, though. Goes past the outside edge. Nitish Kumar, I think, trying to run that one behind points. We have short third inside the circle. Not exactly able to see whether or not there's a deep third. I don't think there is, because that's why I think Nitish Kumar is trying to run the ball down in that direction. But in the scenario that you now are, 85 for 4, you need a whole lot more runs in a very short period of time. Coming down the track and going again in that direction. This time it's just for a single, though. So it becomes essentially academic, because as you look to get through the rest of this innings, you're looking to build a partnership here. The 4th wicket partnership was 20, already 16 runs put on for the 5th wicket by this pair, but you're going to need a whole lot more than that. Slash and a miss. No contact made, but it is wide, and that certainly will help your cause. Put us in the position, really, of being able to look through what you've seen from Nitish Kumar. Played for the U.S. as well as Canada, as I mentioned. In the major leagues, plays here in the U.S. for the Los Angeles Knight Riders, and a man who has played cricket for a very long time, Nitish Kumar, but still is only 31 years old. Played square. You get 1 run. I think that's all that you get. That's all you need. Statistics for Mr. Kumar. I've seen him play again for the U.S. and for Canada. In T20s for the U.S., Nitish Kumar has played 16 innings, scored 277 runs, average of 19.78, but that doesn't tell the story about the type of cricketer that he is. And these days, I think much better from the standpoint of being an ODI cricketer than a T20 cricketer. Still in ODIs, in T20s, the strike rate is about 120 with 150, high score of 64. So you can expect to get some runs from him. Going back to this game now, 89 for 4. Look at the shy at the stump, so very close, but I think that Cameron Shake would have made it easy, not easily, but certainly would have made it. Last ball, 89 for 4. Play it down to long off, make that 90 for 4. And you're in the position now where you essentially are looking to start hitting fours and sixes. That feels like the only option, unless the play is to start making things better from a net run rate perspective. You need 123 more runs, and you need them in 42 balls. Last 7 overs coming up. Jakub Hadri had 2 excellent overs, 1 for 4 in his 2 overs, bowling here to Cameron Shake to start over number 15. Look at that, lofted down the ground, couple of bounces. S on the dill, big fast bowler with a strong arm coming from the outfield. Not surprising that he's able to clean that up, just 1 run. So essentially, you're looking at the scenario where, with the last 30, make that 41 balls in this innings, and you need 122 runs. Essentially, you're almost needing 3 runs off of every ball, and it really would almost augur focusing on how little you can lose badly, if that makes sense. In other words, your options to win the game seem to be slipping away if you're the Lone Star Athletics. So what you're trying to do is just not lose it very badly. A little bit of a concern with the ball here. Umpires are going to need a replacement. And it is not really seeing a close-up, but sometimes these balls, the stitching becomes undone, or some other aspect of the integrity of the ball seems to be compromised. Umpire Vishnu Pillai is going to want a change to be made. And the third umpire, Samir Bandekar, I believe that they're motioning to him. I don't know that he's... Okay, there he is. Okay, coming out to make that change now, Samir Bandekar. Worked the first game today, and his third umpire for this evening's game. But we are taking a little bit of time here while we get all of this sorted out. In the meantime, let's just go back again to look through the schedule for tomorrow. That would be a good place to continue here. Looking at what you're looking for the rest of the way. This weekend, the first weekend of Major League or Minor League cricket here in the fabulous Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. So tomorrow's games would be, in fact, that's just one game tomorrow. Kings 11 Dallas against the Lone Star Athletics. So you see the Lone Star Athletics, they are batting right now. You expect that they'll likely lose this game based on the situation and knowing that they need another 122 runs in the next 41 balls. That is a very stiff ask, and you have to do it without your top order. So the Kings 11 Dallas versus Lone Star Athletics. Essentially, that's the top team in the division. Kings 11 Dallas versus Lone Star Athletics. That's going to be tomorrow. And then have cricket continues, minor league cricket that continues for the next several weeks, weekends. And then for the most part, there's a match every week, every weekend, whether in Grand Prairie or about a couple of hours down the street in Houston or Prairie View. In the meantime, take a look at these highlights. That was the first wicket that fell, and a couple of lusty blows from Nitish Kumar. Let's see, Chaitanya Bishnoi getting in on the action until he got caught by SN Adil. And then, boy, for the moment, that was a beautiful delivery for me. Yaqub Haider with the ball of the match, I referred to it as such. But in the last several overs, it has felt like only one team is going to be able to win this match. And the question is less about who is going to win and more about in what over will they win and what will the margin of victory be. In other words, it's not about the team that is going to win. You can pretty much conclude that that team is going to be the Dallas Xforia Giants. But can the Lone Star Athletics drag themselves into a position to make this game competitive? They only have another 41 balls in which to do that. And as of right now, that feels unlikely. But hope springs eternal, as they say. Okay, we have gotten the little misunderstanding with the ball settled or figured out, I think. Yaqub Haider, lovely shot down the ground. But you have protection down there, so just one run. So this over will have ended up taking about 10 or 11 minutes. So that drags the game into the back end and pushing up very close to the cutoff time, I think. Even though this time last night there were thunderstorms around and the game ended early. No such opportunity here. Huge swipe and a miss. Misses out on the attempted shot. And with Yaqub Haider showing the type of bowler that he is, look at those figures. Top right, or sorry, bottom right. 1 for 6 from 2.3 overs. Bowling to a side that needs 18 runs and over to win. You cannot do it any better than that. And so last 2 balls now, make that the last 3 balls now from Yaqub Haider. Yorker length, clipped away the square leg for a single. And boy, a long way to go in terms of who is going to lift the cup at the end of the season. But the minor league season goes through the end of September, beginning of October. The playoffs start on Monday, September 29th, and they end on Sunday, October 5th. And if I'm not mistaken, the playoffs and the final will all be right in this stadium. So once again, I implore that anybody who is somewhere close and who can hear the sound of my voice, if you can get somewhere to Grand Prairie, Texas, that is free cricket. Met a couple today who live in the area and didn't even realize that there was cricket being played. So if you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there is an entire cricket stadium that is right here. If you were here 6 or 7 years ago, this would have been the home for the Texas Air Hogs, the baseball AAA team. But that stadium has been remodeled and is now a cricket stadium. Sliced away over the top. That is a beautiful looking shot. Oh, that went all the way for 6. That is a tremendous strike. I may have disrespected him by saying he sliced that. That was off the middle of the bat over extra cover for 6. So the last ball of over number 14 goes the distance, and it brings up the 100. Look at that shot off the middle of the bat, flat and hard, and goes all the way for 6. So maybe take some hope or some solace from that shot, knowing that if this is a lot closer game, then you can always count on Cameron Sheik to throw his bat around, and maybe in a future game in a similar situation, he'll be able to do just that. In the meantime, end of over number 14, that is 100 runs on the board. The small matter of 113 still needed in 36 balls. So back to Sankirth Batula. He will be finishing his spell here. Hammered straight, but down to long on for a single. Nitish Kumar 35 from 25. Cameron Sheikh 12 from 10. And a spell from Sankirth Batula. He's taken 2 wickets. Took the first wicket to break the opening partnership and then subsequently took another wicket. So he's definitely been the asset that his team needs in this circumstance. Sliced away outside edge, but it will not carry to deep third. We'll get a single underhanded throw from the deep. Don't see that very often. So you have a single and you put yourself in a position where, my goodness, if you can at least make it exciting. No, I don't mean exciting. I mean push toward the target in such a way that you don't take a beating on net run rate. What happens here? Did he go? Yes, edged and taken. That is wicket number 3 for Sankirth Batula, and it's the big wicket of Nitish Kumar, 36 from 27. Taking a look at this here. Oh, look at that simple appeal. Umpire Karthik Nachimuthu raising the finger, and Nitish Kumar, to his credit, already started walking before the umpire raised his finger. So wicket number 5, 102 runs on the board, but that's the end of the former Canadian and current USA player. Nitish Kumar, 36 runs to his name, but you're now getting to the bottom end, or the bottom half of the innings for the Lone Star Athletics. They're 102 for 5. One or two for 5. Shreyan Satish is at the wicket. Said earlier that you saw him bowl, but he's more renowned as a batter. And facing up now to Sankirth Batula. Immediately off the mark, down to long off. So, looking to see whether or not you can make an argument that the Lone Star Athletics can remain in this game. And you can start thinking about trying to make an argument right up until the point that you look and see what the required rate is. It is now 20. They need 20 runs and over the rest of the way to win this game. And so in all likelihood, that's not going to happen. And so then you ask the question, what are the objectives the rest of the way? There's a swipe and a miss there from Cameron Sheikh. And for me, the objectives would be just making sure that you take the game as deep as you can. Bat all the way through. Don't get bowled out. Even if you're closing out this game with number 10 and number 11 at the wicket, just make the opposition have to work to defeat you. And at the same token, Cameron Sheikh still at the wicket, 13 from 12. Has shown an ability to hit big. And I don't know that I don't just ask him to hit big the rest of the way if possible. That is the end of the day with the ball for Sankirth Batula. 26 runs conceded, 3 wickets taken in his 4 overs. Excellent stuff from the big fast bowler. End of over number 15. Last 5 coming up. The score is 103 for 5. So an all-pace attack continues. Yaqub Haider continuing. That is in the air toward extra cover. That is just a single. That out there is Rohan Rajat. And so this is going to be the last over being bowled by Yaqub Haider. Bowling over 16 here, bowled over number 14 earlier. And ultimately, you fancy yourself to win this by a large margin if you're the Dallas Xforia Giants. Down the ground, this is catchable. No, it's not. It goes all the way for 6. That is a heck of a strike by Cameron Sheikh. 19 from 14 now. And he's looking to say, as I said earlier, I don't know that I don't just ask him to tee off. Yaqub Haider, you saw him with the magic ball earlier, but this time he gets taken downtown. And looking to see whether or not he can make something happen these last 4 balls of his spell. Lovely looking strike. That's a good view of it right there. Depositing it in the seats over long off. So back to Mr. Yaqub Haider. His last over here. Bowled really well at the first part of the spell. And took the one big wicket that I keep talking about. Oh, cheeky. And I tell you what, that's a good piece of fielding at short third. That saves 3 runs. You don't get a hand to that, it rolls all the way to the fence. Nobody out to the rope. Nobody in the deep behind point on the offside. So, 8 runs already, for what it's worth in this over. And maybe the next target is just let's get the deficit under 100. It's now 102. You need another 102 in 27 balls. But if you look to see little elements that you can point to that show progress, that would be one of them. Yaqub Haider, I think, missing his run up there, just starting to gather. But that same area that he's pawing at right now, for want of a better phrase, might indicate that there is some instability in that part of the pitch. Not sure exactly what that would be, but in any event, he still has 3 balls to go before he finishes this spell. 1 for 22, Yaqub Haider. And now going into the last of these 3 deliveries, or the first of these 3 deliveries. That goes past the outside edge. Shreyan Satish still not able to get anything going just yet. Only 2 from 3. Hasn't been there for very long. And similar to what I said about Rit Hinge earlier, Shreyan Satish is a proper batter. He's in a situation that if they're going to make an attempt to win this match, they need big hitting. And he's the less of a big hitter than he is a proper batter. So this kind of situation may not exactly favor his game, Shreyan Satish. Nevertheless, you have a bat in your hand, and it is up to you to use it. Oh, look at that piece of fielding. Expertly done. It is always difficult to field to your own bowling as a fast bowler because of the momentum that's carrying you through the crease and toward the direction that the ball is coming from. And to that point, it was a very low opportunity for fielding, a low fielding opportunity. The ball was on the ground almost, but he still stayed with it and was able to keep it from getting by him, and then almost feigned a throw at the striker's end as well. So good cricket overall from Yaqub Haider. And this is his last ball. Couple of dots, and now you get to the last ball of the over. Last ball of his spell. And this is going to be a single to backward point. 9 runs coming from the over. Yet another good one for the Lone Star, for the Dallas Xforia Giants. The Lone Star Athletics need 24 runs and over to win. In other words, they need a 4 off of every ball the rest of the way, for whatever that's worth. End up over number 16, 112 for 5. Kamal Passi back into the attack. 2 overs, none for 11. Bowled overs 8 and 10. Now coming back to bowl over number 17. The intrigue has left the building. There is essentially no doubt about which team is going to win this match. And the only question to be asked is, in which over will it happen? Does it go all the way? Do you drag it all the way to the 20th over? Or do you take 5 wickets in 5 balls? Hammered square, maybe not square, toward Arjun Mahesha, deep mid-wicket. Come on, passing out bowling over number 17, as I mentioned. You would suspect that he'd also bowl over number 19. Nadil has 2 overs remaining. In theory, he could bowl overs 18 and 20. Quick look at the points table there. Kings 11 Dallas back at the top. And the Lone Star Athletics will move up after this also. They'll be above the Metroplex Tracers because, I'm sorry, maybe we'll want to take a look at that again. I may have read that wrong. My apologies. Sliced away. Is there anybody there? Yes. Simple catch. Nadil takes his second catch of the day. That celebration tells you that normally he's not in the catching zone, if you will. So wicket number 6 is down. So maybe when we get the chance, we can look again at that the points table, because there are certainly ramifications after the game today. So quick look at the replay here. Very wide and sliced in the air. 2 fielders in that position, Nadil being one, and he takes it. And then her playful there, Nadil, veteran, been around for a very long time, as I said earlier, played for Pakistan for a number of years, and now plays his cricket right here in the U.S. in the minor leagues and in the major leagues. You've seen him in both. But wicket number 6 goes down. You still need exactly 100 runs. Here's a look at that replay again. Sliced away, and Nadil just judging it really well. And then that little bit of byplay there. You like to see the cricketers having fun. In the meantime, new batter is in. Shreyan Satish is at the non-striker's end. We'll see exactly who this is. Jay Desai, wicket-keeper batter. Oh, that shot had emphasis. That shot had class. That shot is 4. So not easy to take the very first ball that you face and plow it through square leg for 4. But that's exactly what Jay Desai has done here. Look at this. Didn't really get up very high. That delivery is sort of a hit-me ball. And Jay Desai only too happy to oblige. 117 runs on the board. Maybe after the over we can go back to the points table, because of course there are ramifications in this game and for the rest of the season. Certainly want to know that the teams that are in the position to do well can continue capitalizing on their positions. And in the next couple of deliveries, will be at the end of the over. Then maybe we'll look at those or the points table again. Oh, the ball goes one direction, the bat goes the other direction. Chaos ensues at the end of it. It's just, it is just, look at this. Look at the bats here, flying to fine leg, the bats. They're both at the same end. And then the batter taking off without a bat in hand. Luckily for him, it ends up being a very awkward single, put it that way. And now 1 ball to go here in over number 17. 19 balls to go in the innings. And the Lone Star Athletics will, unfortunately for them, take this one on the chin. They're well behind, 95 more runs for what it's worth needed, and that may be the last time that we have to mention that. Played away into the offside. That's Harmeet Singh. I'm sorry. Yep, that is Harmeet Singh. And 7 runs coming from the over and the wicket. End of 17. The score is 119 for 6. So going back to what we were discussing just now about the points table, it certainly becomes something that you want to pay attention to the rest of the way. Very interesting piece of information that I was just provided by a good friend in Austin, talking about Yaqub Hydari. Yaqub Hydari is actually from the World Cricket Initiatives Academy in Austin. You would think that since I myself live in Austin, I would know that. My apologies, Alok, for not having realized that. Yaqub Hydari, excellent bowler. You've seen him perform very well in this match, and it turns out that he's from, that's him right there, Yaqub Hydari, from the Austin, Texas area, playing for the Austin Blasters in the WCI Academy here. Well, not here, but in Austin. In the meantime, going back to the big fast bowler, from one young fast bowler to another, let's call it aging fast bowler, Ehsan Adil. Look at this reverse sweep. That's interesting. Looking to sweep, reverse sweep Ehsan Adil. I don't know that this is the best of options if you're looking to take on a big fast bowler like Ehsan Adil. But they end up just with the dot ball. So the last 17 balls of the innings coming up here. And here's Ehsan Adil again. Down the leg side. It's going to be wide. Ehsan Adil is a brilliant bowler, but not having the best of days with the ball. And I think on balance, the type of bowler that Ehsan Adil is, he's a rhythm bowler. Maybe that's why you bring him back here, even though you don't necessarily need to have your strike bowlers bowling at this stage of the innings with the game well in control. But the top of the table, the Kings 11 Dallas is now at the top of the table. 2 wins and 1 loss. Metroplex Tracers having lost to Kings 11 Dallas today. 2 wins and 2 losses. Chicago Kingsmen, 2 wins and 1 loss. The Lone Star Athletics, 2 wins and 1 loss. After today, they will be at 2 wins and 2 losses. The Dallas Xforia Giants, 1 win and 1 loss. They will leapfrog the Lone Star Athletics and now be at 2 wins and 1 loss. Then you have the Michigan Cricket Stars, St. Louis Americans, and Chicago Tigers at the bottom of the table there. So the teams to watch for as you go through the rest of this weekend, going into next weekend, would include the Kings 11 Dallas, the Metroplex Tracers, Chicago Kingsmen, the Lone Star Athletics, and the Dallas Xforia Giants. Of course, those positions can all change around depending on the results in the matches today and tomorrow as you get through the second weekend of minor league cricket. Let's see exactly how this plays out. In the meantime, Ehsan Adil conceded 30 runs from his 2 overs and 2 balls so far. This is down the ground. Catch it is the cry. Lands just in front of the fielder at long off. My apologies, long on. So you're continuing here with the pretty, let's call it the slow drip of singles as you get toward the back end of the innings. And my goodness, I don't know necessarily that this scenario is one that you banked on when you saw these 2 high-powered teams at the beginning of the match. So a couple of singles, and then Ehsan Adil wants to finish his over here without much more damage. Conceded 31 runs already. This is in the air, catchable, simple catch. You can take that all day, every day. Wicket number 7, 122 for 7 is the score. Esanadil goes into the wickets column. Took 2 catches earlier, Esanadil, but now he gets a wicket against his name. So let's see what happens here. Just late on the shot, short delivery into his body, and a pretty clean catch taken at mid-on. Catch taken by Jahangir Raina. Good look at it here. Ball hitting high up on the bat, almost on the splice. And you're not going to get any power into that type of shot when the ball hits you that high on the bat. So Jahangir Raina with the catch. Esanadil, look at the celebration here. Okay, well, the celebration means that there's no celebration at all. But it doesn't matter. You have the wicket, 7 wickets are down. In theory, this game could be finished in 3 more balls, but you get the sense that it may not be the case. A new batter is going to be making his way to the crease now. It's Aaron Nadkarni. So if Aaron Nadkarni were to channel his inner Sushil Nadkarni, wicketkeeper, all-rounder, left-handed power hitter, and right-handed off-spinner for the U.S. for a number of years. These days, a respected coach and administrator. That delivery is one that tells you that Esanadil does not care anything at all about what I just said about Sushil Nadkarni. And there is no such thing as the fast bowlers fraternity anymore. Once upon a time, fast bowlers didn't used to bounce each other. But Esanadil pulling the length back on that one, going at the body of Aaron Nadkarni. So 1 ball remaining here in over number 18. 13 balls remaining in the match. 13 balls maximum. 123 for 7. 90 runs adrift. Can the Lone Star Athletics put together something that gets them to within, say, 70 runs, something along those lines? You don't get, or you don't take such a beating on net run rate if you at least make it close. Bat all the way through the end and then make it close is what you'd be telling yourself. Oh, helps himself to 4 runs there. In fact, he helps himself to 6 runs. I think that went all the way. It did go all the way. Jay Desai playing the scoop shot, getting inside the line and helping himself to 6 over fine leg. So Esanadil will have days where he's much more economical than he is today. Today ends up being a very expensive day for him. There's a scoop shot, maybe landing 2 yards beyond the ropes at deep fine leg. Esanadil conceding. So far in 3 overs, 38 runs. So going at 13 and over throughout his spell. Not necessarily the best day with the ball here for the big man. But you get to the point now with the last 2 overs. Who is going to bowl the penultimate over? It's going to be Kamal Passi. Kamal Passi, I would think, would just be looking to run in, hit the deck hard, and don't let Aaron Nadkarni get underneath you. He is a powerful striker. He's a stereotypical big fast bowler. If it's too full, he can cut that ball, he can punch that ball down the ground. And looking to stay away from the hitting zone here, but gets this one too wide. So still 12 balls to go. I believe that the cutoff time is 12 midnight. I don't think this game is going to go that long, but in any event, it has gone. First of all, we started a little bit late. Started at 20 minutes after 7 when the start time should have been 7 o'clock. But that's what I was talking about with Aaron Nadkarni. If it is too full, he will drill you down the ground for 6, which is what he does here. So, once again, channeling his Sushil Nadkarni, going down the ground. If you are going to bowl at Aaron Nadkarni, you're going to need to get that ball much fuller than that. This ball was in the slot, and any batter of any repute, particularly one who has the genes that Aaron Nadkarni does, will be able to score off of that. So it has to be Yorker length. It has to be all the way up in the block hole. It's played into the offside. Come back for a second run here. Strong throw, but they just do make it over. So a little bit of a flurry at the back end of the innings. Jay Desai 12 from 5. Aaron Ned Carney 8 from 3. Aaron Ned Carney back on strike. Scorecard shows that the last run was a single, but Aaron Ned Carney is back on strike, so it would have been 2. Full toss, sliced away, but nobody's going to be close by. So you'll get a single. This time it's a single, and I don't know whether they'll be able to update that on the scorecard, but in the meantime, have about another 9 deliveries remaining in this innings, 9 legal deliveries that is. So this is going to be, for the final time, I plea that if you are in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, absolutely no cost to attend these matches. So right here in a Major League Cricket stadium, come watch some good cricket. Tomorrow the match is going to be at 3 o'clock. The match tomorrow is going to be again between the the Kings 11 Dallas and the Lone Star Athletics. So 2 teams that were in action today. Saw Kings 11 Dallas this morning winning pretty convincingly. And then today, you would have seen, as of right now, the Lone Star Athletics are on the verge of losing this match to the Dallas Xforia Giants. Full toss, a one-handed shot into the deep by Aaron Ned Carney. A handful of singles here after the 6. My sense is that one of those singles should have been 2, but we'll leave that alone for the time being. Last ball coming up here in over number 19. Come up past the 30. Will make that 29 runs conceded from his 29 balls. So his economy rate is somewhere around 7.5, 7.57. And Jay Desai 13 from 6. Aaron Ned Carney 10 from 5. Both batters having a little bit of fun at the end of the innings here. Oh, down the ground. How big a hit is this? Not big enough. Clean catch taken. Jay Desai holds out in the deep to long on. That is the end of his day with the bat. Wicket number 7, make that wicket number 8 is down. The score is 140 for 8. Once try on stride down the ground, you see him hit that. I tell you what, though, that's a great catch, because Sankirth Batula needing to not only be able to catch that, but wanting to make sure that he stayed inside of the boundary ropes. Of course, if you're not familiar with the rules of cricket, you cannot take the catch and be outside or on the border of the boundary marker. So in other words, if he catches that ball but then steps on the rope or over the rope, it would have been 6. But he does well to not only take the catch but keep himself inside the line or inside the rope. There, you catch that ball, but if he takes one step back, it would have been not only not out, but it would have counted as 6 runs. So that's a big catch. 140 for 8. You're into the last over, and it's going to be Isan Dill. So you bowled an entire innings with all pace, and probably that's why this innings has taken as long as it has, because all pace bowlers, obviously, a pace bowler's overs takes longer than a spinner. Plays away into the offside. Harmeet Singh, who is the premier spinner and the captain of the side, deciding not to bowl himself today, not to bowl any spin whatsoever today. So interesting. Batter here is Sidesh Patari. That smile tells you all you need to know as a blue heron flies over the field. And I know that wasn't on camera, but my apologies. I'm a bird guy. I call out birds when I see them. Anyway, last 5 balls coming up. Isan Dill, 39 runs conceded in his 3.1 overs so far. Down the ground, should just be 1. Strong throw coming in from the deep. Jagrup Ryan has been very active, usually on the infield, but that time he's back on the boundary. So a couple of singles to start over number 20. Last 4 balls of the innings coming up. So, needless to say, it's pretty apparent which team is about to win this, but the Lone Star Athletics can probably hold their heads up from this standpoint. I think they've shown an ability to fight, haven't given up, haven't gone into a shell, and even though they weren't able to sustain any lengthy or serious attempt to get toward the target, they've also not just given up and just gotten out to rash shots. So they're taking the game deep. That's probably the objective here anyway. Would have been the objective for at least the last 10 or so overs, because once you lose the ability to win the game, then the next best option or the next best objective is to make sure that you don't take a big hit on your net run rate. So that's something that you can build on, hopefully. That's played away for 4. Don't know that he intended it to go that square, Aaron Nadkarni, but he gets 4 more runs. And so with the last 2 balls of the innings coming up here, he's having a little bit of fun, Aaron Nadkarni. Stepped forward and then flashing that through the offside. Goes away for 4. So let's see what happens in these last 2. Again, for what it's worth, the deficit now is 66. And once again, it is going to be Ehsan Adil bowling to Aaron Nadkarni. Slower delivery. That's a great piece of bowling. Can he take it himself? Oh, what an effort. Almost got there. In fact, he did get there, but just not able to complete the catch. That's a great delivery, a slower delivery. So Aaron Nadkarni playing out in front of that one and lobbing it in the air. Look at Ehsan Adil here. Thought just for a split second he did enough, and he got there, but just not able to complete the catch. And so 1 more run under Aaron Nadkarni's name, 16 from 9. And this, in theory, should be the last ball of the match, barring any extras. 147 runs on the board. Siddharth Patari on strike. And it is a dot. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the game. Pretty convincing victory here for the Dallas Xforia Giants. Dallas Xforia Giants taking victory by the margin of 64 runs. And you've seen the Lone Star Athletics give it a little bit of a fight, but in the end, too much of a hill to climb. Ehsan Adil, big smiles around. He'll want to be more economical in the next game, but I think you've seen the strength of the bowling attack. Did not even need their spinners today. Chaitanya Bishnoi 1, Sushant Badani 30, Nitish Kumar 36, Kashyap Padrapati 3, Rit Hinge 4, Cameron Sheikh 20, Shreyan Satish 6, Jay Desai 13, Aaron Nadkarni and Siddharth Patari taking things home at the end. Imran Khan Jr. was not needed with the bat, but pretty convincing victory here for the Dallas Xforia Giants, taking victory by the margin of 65 runs. The bowlers, I thought, were decent, in fact, more than decent. The only one with an economy rate over in double figures was Ehsan Adil, but he did take 1 wicket. Rohan Raja, economy rate under 5. And Sankirth Batula, 6.5 as an economy rate, but 3 wickets. Yaqub Hydari, excellent youngster from Austin, 1 wicket, 23 runs. And here we see a few highlights. Sushant Madani, I thought, started out well, and you saw some effort from him to get the kind of pace that you needed to go through the innings, but not able to sustain it. Chaitanya Bishnoi tried while he was there. That's Ehsan Adil with the first of his 2 catches. Then I saw the ball of the match right there from Yaqub Hydari. Excellent delivery. This is going to be a pretty straightforward catch. Smith Patel with the easy catch with the gloves on. That would have been an easy catch even without the gloves on. And Couple of blows here. Nitish Kumar did what he needed to up there. That there was a wonderful shot. But big edge there. Nitish Kumar dismissed. And then Jay Desai had some fun while he was there. Simple catch that time from Adil. And then Adil himself with that wicket. Scoop shot there. Got him 6 runs. And then Aaron Nadkarni having some fun toward the back end. But it was all for naught. Pretty clean catch that time for Sankir's Batula. But that is the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent day's play of cricket in a pretty significant tournament, a one-sided match to close out play in Saturday's action. Join us tomorrow. You can see the action right here again at the the Grand Prairie Cricket Stadium. For now, we'll say good night from Grand Prairie. Good night and good luck.